Good morning to everyone. To ensure that everyone has a comfortable view and to create a more engaging environment, we kindly invite you to fill up the seat in front. This will also help us to accommodate any additional guests and also to help to increase the engagement with everyone. Welcoming all distinguished guests to the 28th MACFEA-FBC INTI International Conference 2024. There are some announcements and reminders for everyone. All guests are to remain seated and kindly adhere to the event. Proper etiquette throughout the ceremony. Please switch off your mobile phone or put it in silent mode. The conference program handbook is digitally published. Distinguished guests can access the ebook via URL or by scanning QR code and display on the screen. All guests, please pay attention to the safety briefings on the slide. As you can see on the slide, please go to the nearest exit and do not leave your belongings. Thank you for your attention and cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. Please be seated. Assalamualaikum, good morning and salam Malaysia Madani. Professor Dr. Asokan Vasudevan, Director of the International Relations and Collaboration and Center for Sustainable Business Innovation and Corporate Responsibility INTI International University, Dr. Cheng Kaiwa, Conference Chair of the 28th MACFEA-FBC INTI IU International Conference 2024, Dr. Shamsul Azahari Zainal Badari, Secretary of the Malaysian Consumer and Family Economics Association, Session 2024-2026, Associate Professor Dr. Husnia Abdul Rahim Abdul Wahab, Treasurer of the Malaysian Consumer and Family Economics Association, Session 2024-2026, Ms. Siti Nurbaya Daud, Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Business and Communications, INTI International University, conference sponsors. Ladies and gentlemen, a very welcome to the 28th MACFEA-FBC INTI IU International Conference 2024. For those who have joined via the Microsoft streams. In live stream, we are now at Mentari Hall 5, which is located at Movenpick Hotel and Convention Center, KLIA, Sepang. Thank you for joining us this morning. The 28th MACFEA-FBC INTI International Conference 2004, with the key theme navigating the digital consumer landscape, innovation, challenges, and opportunities, is brought to you by the Faculty of Business and Communications at INTI International University in collaboration with the Malaysian Consumer and Family Economics Association, MACFEA. Let's give big shout to our conference sponsors: Scribble Me Malaysia Sdn Bhd, Afim Bank Berhad, and January Life Insurance. Thank you all for supporting this conference. I am Dr. Muhammad Sohaimi. Muhammad Yusof, I am the Master of Ceremony for today. Before we begin this conference, we would like to invite Dr. Amar Hasbi from INTI International University for a prayer recitations. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya al-mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. On this blissful day, with sense of servitude and gratitude, ask Your Majesty, Ya Allah, to bless and have mercy on the 28th MACFEA-FBC International Conference 2024. We express our gratitude for all the blessings bestowed upon us by Your grace and blessings. Thank you. Ameen.
Now, we would like to call upon Dr. Cheng Kaiwa, Conference Chair for 28th MACFEA-FBC INTI RU International Conference 2024, to deliver his welcoming speech. Please.
Testing. A very good morning and Salam Malaysia Madani. Professor Dr. Asokan Vasudevan, Director of the International Relations and Collaborations and Center for Sustainable Business Innovations and Corporate Responsibility, INTI International University. Dr. Samsul Azahari Zana Badari, Secretary of the Malaysian Consumer and Family Economics Association, Session 2024-2026. Associate Professor Dr. Husnia Abdul Rahim Alliance Abdul Wahab, Treasurer of the Malaysian Consumer and Family Economics Associations, Session 2024-2026. Ms. Siti Norbaya Daud, Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Business and Communications, INTI International University. Conference sponsors, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 28th MACFEA-FBC INTI-RU International Conference 2024. It is an honor to stand before you as the conference chair for this event. This year's conference, hosted by the Faculties of Business and Communications at INTI International University in collaborations with the Malaysian Consumer and Family Economics Associations, marks a significant milestone in our collaborative efforts to explore, understand, and navigate the rapidly evolving digital consumer landscape. The theme of our conference, Navigating the Digital Consumer and Landscape, Innovations, Challenges, and Opportunities, reflects the profound changes we are witnessing in consumer behavior driven by technological advancement and digital transformation. As we delve into the complexity of this new era, we are presented with not only remarkable opportunities, but also formidable challenges that require innovative solutions and collaborative efforts across discipline. This conference serves as a crucial platform for academics, researchers, and individual professionals from diverse fields to come together, share insights, and foster meaningful discussions on the dynamics of the digital consumer ecosystem. During our conference today, I encourage each of you to take full advantage of this gathering to exchange knowledge, challenge existing paradigm, and contribute to the advancement of our understanding of the digital consumer landscape. I would also like to take these opportunities to express my appreciations to our organizing committee, our co-organizer, MACFEA, keynote speakers, session chairs, and all participants for their efforts in making this conference possible. As we embark on this intellectual journey together, I'm confident that the insights and connections met here will resonate far beyond this conference. Finally, we hope that you have a fruitful conference experience today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Cheng Kaiwa, for his welcoming speech. Next, we would like to call upon Professor Dr. Asokan Vasudevan, Director for International Relations and Collaborations and Center for Sustainable Business Innovation and Corporate Responsibility, INTI International University, to deliver his opening speech. Please.
Just for me. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for coming for the conference, and I'm very honored that I was invited to open and inaugurate this conference. Okay, without further ado, actually, it's my very honored. I'm honored actually to join the conference today, the 20th MACFEA-FBC INTI RU International Conference 2024, and I am actually deeply humbled to be given the opportunity to officiate this significant event, which stands a remarkable achievement, a testimony to our commitment and to the advancing knowledge and collaboration in the field of consumer and family economic. First and foremost, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers, the Faculty of Business and Communication at INTI International University, in the collaboration with the Malaysian Consumer and Family Economic Society Association, we call MACFEA, for the dedication and the hard work in bringing together the experts, researchers, and also students from the various disciplines. So actually, this theme, the theme of this conference is navigating the digital conference landscape. Sorry about that. Navigating the digital consumer landscape, namely the innovation, challenges, and the opportunities, is indeed timely and essential as we navigate rapid changes in the consumer behavior driven by technology and digital transformation. Ladies and gentlemen, I also extend my warm welcome to all participants, both local and international. And your presence, ladies and gentlemen, is actually here is demonstrate the global importance of our shared mission and to understand to understand and to address the evolving needs of a consumer and family in our societies. Ladies and gentlemen, today the theme is particularly meaningful as it highlights both the innovation and the challenges within the digital consumer landscape. Technological advancement have actually transformed consumer behavior, reshaped family dynamics, and altered the entire economic environment. So as we can see the difference and explore this shift, let us actually also consider the way we can harness the technology for positive impact, empowering consumers, strengthening families, and also improving on the improving the communities. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this conference provides a valuable platform for us to exchange ideas and share the research findings and the discuss solution as pressing the issues currently. I encourage all of you to take this opportunity to perform connections, challenge that existing perspective, and also inspire one another towards meaningful research and action. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I command the Faculty of Business and Communication at INTI International University and the Malaysian Consumer and Family Economics Association, we call the MACFEA, for organizing this impressive event. So I take this opportunity now. I actually, in my great privilege, declare the 28th MACFEA-FBC INTI RU International Conference 2024 officially open. Okay. So may this conference be a source of knowledge, inspiration, and collaboration that will shape the future of the consumer and family economics. Thank you for this. Thank you very much for this opportunity given for me to present these notes actually. And I also I shall call. I wish all of you to be productive and enriching this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Asokan Vasudevan, for his opening speech. Please remain on the stage. We will proceed to souvenir giving sessions. Now, we would like to invite Dr. Cheng Kaiwa, accompanied by Dr. Shamsul Azahari Zainal Badari, Associate Professor Dr. Husnia Abdul Rahim Abdul Wahab, and Ms. Siti Nurbaya Daud to come on the stage to present souvenirs to all our keynote speakers and conference sponsors, together with Professor Dr. Asokan Vasudevan. Please come on stage, Mr. Iskanin Muhammad Noor, Head of Training Bankar, Generally Life Insurance. Mr. Teng Chan Leong, Chief Executive Officer, Scribble Me, Malaysia Sdn Bhd. Dr. Sukhjit Kaur Sandhu, Senior Lecturer, Taylor University. Miss Wendy Lin Wen Yi, Branch Manager, Afin Bank, Berhad. As a token of appreciation, let's call upon Dr. Cheng Kaiwa, Conference Chair for 28th MACFEA-FBC INTI RU International Conference 2024 to present souvenir to Professor Dr. Asokan Vasudevan, Director for International Relations and Collaborations and Center for Sustainable Business Innovations and Corporate Responsibility, INTI International University. Please remain on the stage. Okay, thank you to all keynote speakers, conference sponsors. Thank you to all on stage. Please be seated. Thank you to everyone for your attentions. Now, please give your attention to the corporate videos that will be shown on the screen.
MACFEA is the Malaysian Consumer and the Family Economics Association, established 28 years ago in 1995. MACFEA is a professional organization focused on consumer sciences and family economics. The inception of MACFEA traces way back to the first meeting of the Asian Consumer and Family Economics Association called ACFE, which was held in Shah Alam, Selangor, from 4th to 6th July 1995.
The association aims to boost expertise and professional growth in consumer and family economics. It provides a platform for sharing knowledge and perspectives to enhance the economic well-being of consumers, families, and stakeholders. The organization promotes research in this field, disseminating findings to aid policy formation. Additionally, it strives to empower users to be conscientious consumers and collaborates with diverse stakeholders to achieve its vision and objectives.
MACFEA contribute to academic discourse by publishing 2 esteemed journals, MACFEA and Journals Pengguna Malaysia, JPM, both concentrating on consumer and family economic issues. Notably, MACFEA has received recognition through citations in Scopus. In addition to these journals, MACFEA facilitates the exchange of knowledge and information among readers through Lensa, a platform registered with ISSN.
Since its inception, MACFEA has proudly spearheaded numerous successful programs and initiatives, collaborating with a diverse range of organizations such as government agencies, academic institutions, the general public, and student bodies. Our commitment to positive transformation has driven these collaborations, fostering a collective effort to bring about meaningful change.
Collaboration with educational institutions has been paramount to our mission. Through research projects, workshops, and the provisions of instructional materials, we have worked alongside these establishments to cultivate a culture of continuous learning, benefiting professionals, community, and students. Recognizing the importance of engaging the public, our organization has conducted awareness campaigns, workshops, and community events through various outreach programs. The aim is to empower individuals and families with the necessary information to navigate financial challenges effectively.
Looking ahead, MACFEA envisions extending its impact beyond national borders. MACFEA aspires to cultivate a global reputation for the association and foster international cooperation, particularly with non-governmental organizations, NGOs. Through strategic collaboration on an international scale, we aim to elevate our influence and contribute to the global discourse on family and consumer economics. By engaging with partners around the world, we seek to amplify our voices and make meaningful contributions to the international dialogue on matters crucial to the well-being of families and consumers.
It is an honor to introduce and welcome our first distinguished keynote speakers for our conference. We welcome to the stage Mr. Ten Chan Leong, Chief Executive Officer of Scribble Me Malaysia Sdn Bhd. Please welcome.
Right. Good morning, everyone. Wow. So, first off, thanks so much to Dr. Cheng and the organizer for having myself in today's conference. I'm actually very, very excited to be here. I think we've started off the morning with the welcoming remarks by Dr. Asokan that has really given us a small introduction into the changing consumer landscape. And there's a lot of big words in that speech, right? We talk about innovation and AI and digital transformation, but what does it all mean? I have a very peculiar way of doing my speech, right? And every time I'm invited to speak, and I think this is probably the public speaking month for me. I was literally in Cambodia 2 weeks ago, in Hong Kong last week, and now here, and next week in GSC as well. But what's interesting for me is every time I come to these speeches, I like to keep it interesting for myself too. So I set myself a goal, right? Like, hey, for this session, what do I want to get out of it? I think for today's session specifically, given the crowd that we have, I want to make sure that everyone walk away with an interesting story. So I know that there are quite a few lecturers and academicians in the room today, and many more who are definitely going to be a mentor of someone, a teacher of some sort, whether in a formal or informal capacity to someone else. So I want to make sure that when it comes to a topic as huge as digital transformation, that all of you can have a simple story that you can remember and a simple story that you can then share with the people that you're mentoring and guiding. So that, if I can do that today, that would be wonderful. I'm probably going to end up walking around, so I'm just going to do myself a favor and remove this. To start off, let me give you a quick introduction about what we are going to cover today. We will talk a little bit about digital transformation in Malaysia, and specifically, I'm going to share a little bit of the landscape from my perspective as a digital transformation consultant. Second, I'll talk a little bit about the consumer engagement and how innovation has shaped it. And last but not least, I want to touch on something that's very different from tech and AI and digital that I always talk about. I'm going to touch a little bit more about people. And I feel like given the landscape of who we have in the room today, it probably is one of the better topic to touch on. And I want to go a little bit into how people is at the heart of this topic, really. But before I go further, I'm sure most of you are wondering, who is this young chap standing in front of me? So I want to do a quick introduction. My name is Chan Leong. People call me CL. I go by CL. I'm the founder and CEO of Scribble Group. Scribble is in the business of digital transformation, creative and digital marketing, as well as software development. And we are present currently about 4 countries in Southeast Asia, but we're servicing clients from all around the world. I'm also the founder of Strategic Asia Marketing Alliance. It's an alliance of marketing agencies from Southeast Asia and APAC. Actually, we just had our launch in Indonesia 2 months ago. We are launching in Malaysia next week. Actually, that's why I'm giving the speech next week. Heavily featured across like multiple media in multiple countries, but that's sort of besides the point. The background that I'm more interested in sharing today is actually about digital transformation. So I want to start off by sharing a small story back when I was a university student, and I felt it's appropriate maybe to go back to my days as a university student and looking up at all the lecturers and university professors and even peers in front of me today. So I remember it was around my junior year. I was a very confused student, right? I was in chemical engineering. I don't know why I was in chemical engineering, to be honest, but I was very curious. So I was taking classes in psychology, in computer science, in economics, in statistics. I did a semester in cooking and baking. I did a semester in volleyball. I don't understand why a short Asian kid takes up volleyball in a tall country like US, but I did that. And I remember very vividly that during my junior year, one of my really smart Malaysian peer, I would say senior, came to me and said, "Hey, Chanong, I think you should go into AI." I'm like, what's AI? Or artificial intelligence. You know, it's an offshoot of our computer science program. It's heavily funded by Bill Gates and his foundation. You know, they're doing work for NASA. They're doing a lot of interesting work. I think you should go into AI. And I said, I don't want artificial intelligence. I want like real intelligence, right? I don't want to be fake smart. Like, I want to be real smart. So I just dismissed him, right? 3 years down the road, he went out. He went into Google and spent his career in Google. Now he's doing interesting AI work in China. And looking back at that moment today, I realized how silly I was, right? To have dismissed an idea or to dismiss that advice from my senior, who would probably have changed, that would probably have changed my pathway significantly. But the world works in a very strange way, right? Long before I know it, somehow I ended up back in corporate. And even though I didn't start off in digital transformation or AI, somehow today I'm doing a lot of work around digital transformation and AI. So the world takes a really weird turn and wrapped around. But why I want to share that story is because of this. When you're talking to your students, even when you're advising your juniors, most of them are going to be in very similar positions like myself. As a young kid, not more than 20-ish, early 20s, they are really not going to know the significance of the advice that you're going to give them. To them, it's just another old people's advice. And they're going to dismiss it just as easily as I dismiss mine. And I actually came from an environment where I have proof in front of me, right? The school that I was in was doing robotics work for NASA. We were doing computer science work for Bill Gates. Interns were flocking into Apple and Google when I was there. I have it in front of my eyes, and yet I refuse to believe it. What more if the truth is so far from the students today? But what is interesting about that is that regardless of whether they pursue or take your advice on it, when it all comes back full circle, they will come to remember the moments where they were being nudged to do so. And what I truly believe in is that you're never really too late. You're never really too late, even though you didn't listen to your lecturer's advice when you were 10 years ago. It's still not too late today when you are a young working adult. Heck, it's still not even too late today if you're almost retiring. Yesterday, I just saw on Facebook that my high school pengetua, Dr. Liu, I knew he retired because I remember that retirement ceremony. And I see him in Hong Kong FinTech Week this week. He literally is still attending events and educating himself, getting exposed. I think he might have several connections that he's catching up there. But it really isn't too late to ever get started. And I think that's really the philosophy that I wanted to start the morning session with. So the story of digital transformation here starts from a very interesting place. So as you all know, Trump won. So I guess the world lost, right? Trump won, and Trump's favorite topic obviously is China. And it will be a shame if I don't talk about China when I talk about digital transformation. The second story that I want to share with you actually happened in China, right? When I was leading digital transformation in local corporate, one of the things that we hated was China. Because the whole world works with the same fundamentals. Everybody was on Microsoft, except China. Everybody uses Google, except China. So China is really a pain. It's really a pain, right? And as an enterprise architect, it is my job to architect a solution that works globally. And I hate it because in my presentation, every single time I prepare an architecture, I always must put a slide that says, except China. This is China. And when we try to synchronize the solution globally, we always have this conversation with the China counterpart, and the China counterpart in his Chinese, which I can't understand, will say we are different. 我们不一样, right? 我们不一样. We're different. We just cannot. And I couldn't understand it. But my attitude was very different. I always felt like we were superior. That you are different in a way that you cannot understand how the Western world works. Little did I know that I didn't understand how fast China was advancing. And in the blink of 10 years, suddenly we all were changing our architecture. Now everybody is looking at Alibaba Cloud. Everybody's looking at Tencent Cloud. They progress so fast when it comes to payment adoption. They progress so fast when it comes to technology adoption that a city like Shenzhen literally transformed in a mere 2 decades. And that's when I realized I was wrong about China. The one thing China had that the rest of the world didn't realize was that they didn't have to succumb to a traditional path for them to succeed. Because they didn't have good laptop penetration, they didn't have good desktop penetration, they were very, very hung up on everything being mobile first, mobile only. So they push up QR payment before the rest of the world even were able to do it. And last week when I was in Hong Kong, together with the CEO of HSBC, they talk about the same thing. And even though Hong Kong is so close to China, even they felt like they are so far behind compared to the advancement of China. So the lesson behind the second story is this. We've seen this many, many times, right? That in order for us to leapfrog through a technology solution, sometimes it means that you have to break the mold. Sometimes it means that you have to take the non-typical path. And following what has been done, has been proven to be successful, may not always be the case. The most innovative product I found when I was in China will blow your mind, or at least it blew my mind. It wasn't a super Chang'e phone. It wasn't like a super Chang'e system. I mean, they have like an AR tractor that move around. They can control heart surgery. But the most innovative phone I found in China was a small little device, about yay big. Actually, it's shorter than this device, right? It's about yay big, smaller than a typical phone. And it only has 2 buttons. You can either click left or click right. That's it. But the amazing thing about that device is that it allows old people to use mobile payment previously that they couldn't. They allow old people to be on messaging so simple that you can still understand how to use it. And it blew my mind because, oh my God, I can finally stop teaching my parents how to use a phone. I need to stop calling me and asking me what's my password, how do I do this, how do I update the app, I'm getting notification, should I be worried? And that's really the third lesson. Innovation doesn't have to be complicated. What made that product so successful, that was a Tencent product, by the way. What made that product so successful is that it's so simple. It doesn't do a lot of things, but it really does help make your life so much simpler. So hopefully you remember one of the 3 stories from there, and really can take back some of this to your students and to the people that you're having this conversation with. If there's anything that I learned from China, it really is the ability to break out of the mold and to make things really, really simple to a point where an uneducated farmer that's 60 years old can use that product. And that's how you build a product that takes over the world. So enough about China. Maybe we should come back to Malaysia, right? So what's happening in Malaysia? There are a couple of trends that I want to share. First is the post-pandemic consumer trend. And I think this is the last year that I'll use the term post-pandemic, I hope. I think we're all sick of the word post-pandemic. We've actually been out of pandemic for a very, very long time now. So I promise this, December 2024 will be my last time using post-pandemic in my slides. But post-pandemic, consumers have seen quite a different pattern. Generally, people are a lot more tech-savvy. And I don't mean, when I say tech-savvy, a lot of you will be thinking the young adults, the teenagers, the young working adults. But they have always been tech-savvy, with or without the pandemic. When I'm talking about tech-savviness, actually I'm talking about the hawker, the uncle selling chicken rice at the hawker, the mamak, the pasar pagi, and the pasar malam. The biggest transformation you've seen there is that today a makcik that's selling me nasi lemak by the side of the road asked me, adik, QR saja. QR saja. Used to be cash saja. Now they're like, I'm busy making money, QR saja. Right? So like consumer behavior really have transformed, like leaps and bounds when we see market segments that are typically unfamiliar being very familiar with it. Not only that, the same makcik you see going on TikTok live selling her fresh produce. That is crazy. And this pattern is not just true in Malaysia. We see an even bigger exaggeration of this in Thailand. We see even more so of this in Indonesia. So much so that Asia Pacific is leading, or ASEAN countries is leading the way when it comes to social commerce. Second is business trend. What you will notice, and I think this is relevant to most of the graduates that you'll be pumping out today, most of the graduates today no longer go for job interviews. Most of the graduates today interview their job, right? They come into your interview expecting to be asked questions. They come into the job interview expecting to ask questions. Hey, can I work from home? What's my benefit, huh? Right? So, but that's not a bad thing. You know I sound sarcastic saying it, but it's not a bad thing. Because today, if I am in their shoes, I'll probably do the same. Because remote working and hybrid working is so easily achievable, it's telling that your organization can't cope if you don't have that option, right? So we've seen companies adopting solutions like that. In fact, Scribble was very lucky because we started and grew throughout the pandemic. And one of our offering, because digital transformation was one of our offering, we were able to help a lot of companies go through the pandemic by changing their business model, adopting technology, and surviving through the pandemic. Today, most of them are thriving past the pandemic. So with these two trends, I think we can, with those two big trends, fundamentally, I think there are a couple more things that's happening under the scene, right? First is cybersecurity awareness. With more and more people being on the phone, scam also became more prevalent. Actually, scammers was also just as happy as I am during pandemic because they had so many people that were gullible that is suddenly now online and accessible to them. Second is data analytics and AI became even more important. Before this, and I'll talk about data analytics and AI when I'm talking about banking the unbankable or serving the underserved, right? But the availability of data now allow us to protect the community that previously we were not able to protect. The farmers earning in cash, you could not loan them because they had no credit score, they had no credit rating. Today with QR payment we can, and there are new companies, unfortunately not from the banks, they are coming out to now serve this underserved and to serve these unbanked or underbanked customers. Third is the rise of remote work tools, and all of us, today, I heard there are many who's joining us via Teams today. This interaction would be rare before the pandemic. And with tools like Teams and Zoom and all this becoming even more reliable, this becomes very, very possible, right? But I must say, there's still a lot of value in physical interactions like this, right? So for those who are joining us online, there will be a very special session that is physical only that you may not have access to, right? And I will not tell you what you'll be missing out on. So you gotta ask your friends. Fourth is government initiative. Government realized that Malaysia is actually at the very, very backwards when it comes to technology adoption, unfortunately. When we go around, we see our counterparts, let Singapore aside, right? We see our counterparts like Thailand and Indonesia really picking up speed when it comes to technology adoption. So realizing that actually Malaysia's government is putting a lot of incentive to upskill talents as well as to incentivize businesses to transform. We see a rise and then subsequently the fall of e-commerce, but then we see the rise and the continuous rise of digital payment. So today, digital payment became almost an expectation. However, there's also created a digital skills gap that there's a lot of the workforce today are not equipped to deal with the digital rigorousness that's required. And last but not least, cloud adoption allow us to, for example, share these slides, on Google Slide rather than having to pass you a thumb drive. 2 years ago when I used to do this, like before pandemic, when I used to do this, I used to carry around pen drives in my bag, right? I would risk a random pen drive in my pockets because you never know, like, hey, transfer. Then you chucho, and then suddenly cannot detect. You took another pen drive, and you pass pen drive. Today your laptop don't even have the lubang anymore, right? So these are some of the trends that's powering some of the consumer and business trend. So the question is, so what, right? So with that change in consumer expectation, there are actually 3 big things that we feel change. First thing that is different is personalization at scale. Before this, marketers talk about personalization. In fact, they talk about localization and personalization. You think about localization as your favorite global brand coming out with keropok with like satay flavor. That's just localizing the flavor to the local market. Today, they're personalized the experience. Almost, I don't see that bottle here. If you go to your class room, most of you would see a fancy water bottle on top of the student's table, and all of them will have a little personalized name and stars and stickers on their bottle. Brands are now being forced to deliver products that are super personalized, right? That's why when you step into your electric vehicle today, back in the days, you have a family car, right? You have one car, no matter who drives, it's a car. But today, if you step into an EV car, it recognizes who the driver is, right? It detects whether it's the father driving, the mother driving, is it the son driving, and it changes the profile of your car based on who enters the car. It adjusts the seat. So finally, husbands stop getting yelled at for changing the seat setting. And it saves marriages around the world, I'm sure, right? But the ability for us to now personalize experience made a huge difference, and technology enabled us to do that. Second is predictive analytics, anticipating needs. And it took me very, very long time to really really understand this, right? Until I got a use case that to me was amazing. In aged care, for those of you who have aging parents, you would know that one of the biggest worry that you have is that you know that they are at risk at certain high-risk behavior. Some of them have fall risk, meaning they'll just stand up and they'll just jatuh. Some of them have heart attack risk, where they can just heart attack. The trouble with this is that you don't know when it's going to happen, but it's extremely critical when it does. So predictive analytics now allows aged care to be so much more efficient, because when they were able to monitor your pulse and your blood pressure and your stability and balance, they're able to detect when your parents are about to fall. They're able to detect when you're about to have a heart attack. So instead of waiting for the heart attack to happen in front of your eyes before calling for help, the device itself can now call for help, or at least alert the nurse and alert the caretaker before the heart attack even happens. That's an amazing advancement that changes life. Back where I came from, the moment predictive analytics became a topic, obviously the only thing that people wanted, and in fact our bosses wanted, is, hey, can we predict future income? Can I predict the stock market? The corporate world or the commercial world, unfortunately, wants to predict how to make more money. But as we persevere through, we start to realize that because the corporate were funding these AI models, now we have really, really smart models to help save life. So all in all, it is a good thing, right? Third is the enhanced customer support. So with AI-driven solutions, today you no longer have a big call center. In fact, call center is one of the areas that's going to be heavily disrupted, because AI is so smart. They are able to not only answer questions accurately, they're able to do it at scale for very, very cheap. And now with generative AI, you can even make the AI sound like whoever you want it to sound, right? The outsourced Indian call center no longer have to pretend to sound American. The AI will sound American if you're servicing American customers. And that's very dangerous for a huge group of workforce where their job is going to be at risk. So fourth story that I want to share today is some good in the world. We all talk about innovation, but there's often not enough good stories to share. So I've alluded to this a little bit earlier, talking about how innovation, specifically within the fintech world, is actually helping to bank the unbankable, right? Think of yourself as in an Orang Asli community. You barely make ends meet, you barely have any savings. You put your kids through school, probably through multiple welfare program. And even then, your kids' attendance rate are probably at best 60%, barely enough to pass school. When your kid comes up to the workforce, or even before when your kid tries to go into the tertiary education, that's when you see your first stumbling block, right? That you have no access to financial aid. You have no access to financial loan. And it's not a very common thing in Malaysia. forcefully paying through that for the next 4 years, you realize that he now graduates. He or she is going to be one of the most underprivileged adult now, because he or she has to go into a workforce with no ability to even rent anything. Because of the family background, he's going to find it very difficult to rent a room. Because of his family background, he's not going to be able to get a loan to buy a motorbike. So he can't even go to work. And the traditional banking system have no way of addressing people like him. With digital payment and with the adoption of technology, now we can have a track record of who he is, where he spent his money from, and even his income. I know people hated it when Anwar wanted to tax the gig economy, but what they don't realize is that being able to tax the gig economy means that we are validating a lot of the income that they're now receiving. A Grab driver today I can consider as his income from being a Grab driver is a legit income. His income as a TikTok shop seller is a legitimate income. What it means is that they have access to financing. They have access to loan, which means they can now acquire asset. That will start a chain reaction that will change the life of him and his family for generations to come. That's the impact of what fintech can do when used in the right place. So last, I want to wrap it up really with so what. I'm sure none of us here are crazy programmers. None of us here are tech product builders. So at the end of every session, you're going to be thinking, so what can I do about it? Beyond knowing it, beyond understanding it and empathizing it, what can I actually do about it? And this is where we can. First is to understand that we need to match our supply with our demand. You're either playing your role as a consumer or you're playing a role churning out supply. Scribble has a very clear role to play. We are definitely on the supply side because we are churning out technology and churning out solutions for businesses to use to serve their customers. Individually, actually, I'm more of a consumer, right? I consume technology, I consume the products, and I demand that from my banks. I want my banks to be smart. I demand it for my car. I want my car to be smart. I demand it from the daily products that I use. So the first thing that we're going to realize is there are different roles to do, whether we are on the supply side or on the demand side. On the supply side, I think we really have to be cautious about the skill gaps that we have now and the talent shortages. And I'll give you a very real example. Today in our regional alliance, one thing that we've recognized is that Malaysia is not a very good source of skilled talent. Full stop. Why? Because for the same skill set that I can achieve in Malaysia, I can get for half the price in Indonesia. And that is scary. Because it's at no fault of Malaysians that they are losing out. It's not their fault that someone else is cheaper and more accessible. The same is true when I look at Vietnamese talent. So can we really blame our students that they're asking for too much? Because for half the price that they're asking for, they can't even survive in the city, in a small city like Ipoh, let alone KL. So the scary truth behind that bigger is that they're not really asking for too much. And the second scary part is that it's really not their fault. It's not their fault that someone else is better and cheaper than them. So there is a huge gap that we need to realize, that we need to start doing something about. Second is, for a lot of the workforce that we have today, not the young students, we really need to upskill and reskill them, because a lot of their needs, I give call center as an example, they are going to be obsolete. Third, we need to train people to be more adaptable and to be more resilient to change. We need to understand that today, if I send you out to the world as an accountant, you are probably going to be an accountant for an average of 2 to 3 years. Most of them are not going to end up as accountants. If I send you out as lawyers today, you're probably not going to end up as lawyers very, very soon. So what I need to train you is not really the industrious skill set of being a doctor or a lawyer or an accountant. It's actually a more industrious nature and character to be resilient to change and to learn no matter where you are. That's more important. And fourth, with remote work and distributed teams, this is where our talent can actually benefit. Unlike Indonesians and Vietnamese and Philippines, our talent have one thing that none of them do. We have very, very good standard of English. We have very, very good standard of Chinese. That's why Honkies and Chinese would love Malaysian talents, because Indonesian talents just don't have that. A lot of US companies actually love Malaysian talents precisely for the same reason. So we have to understand what makes them unique and double down on the things that makes them do. Otherwise, they'll be fighting for pennies with people that they can't compete with. Next, on the demand side, as consumers today, we all have several roles to play too, and understanding what they want is important. First is understanding that they are demanding for a seamless experience. That today, if you unlock your phone, you really don't want to be keying in passwords all the time because that'll be very annoying. Second, consumers are very concerned about privacy and security. Actually, I say concerned, but it's also a bit hypocritical one, because they say they're concerned, but then they are willingly sharing everything everywhere. So they say they're concerned, but actually they also don't know how to protect themselves. So education is going to be a big thing soon, right? Third is omni-channel engagement. Like, people want to be present in multiple platforms. We have physical interactions, we have online, and I'm pretty sure the recordings of this will be available somewhere. So we are not going to be short of channels to engage. People want things to be fast and real time, right? And last but not least, there's a huge pressure for sustainable and ethical practices. I have a whole other narration and when it comes to ESG practices, but I'm not going to bore you with that. But suffice to say that sustainable practices is going to drive consumer behavior moving forward. The last really is the takeaway. The takeaway from the consumer side and the demand side and supply side is this, that this is actually the two sides of the same coin. As much as I am a supplier today, I'm also on the demand side. As much as you are training someone up to be a labor or workforce, you are just as much training them to be a consumer too. So I know you can't see the deck, but what is important then is to realize that at the end of the day, we are not really training consumers to be smarter, nor are we training our supply force to be better. All we are trying to do is to train better humans, better people that can think for themselves, people who can make rational decisions for themselves, people who can make the right choices by themselves. So at the core of the conversation, when we talk about people and talent, we try not to skew people in a way, in a box that we think only is right. So when I'm meeting a young mentee today, I no longer tell them that based on what I understand of your traits and character, I think you should be a doctor. Based on what I understand about your traits and preferences, I think you should be an artist. Today, my advice to most of them is, I think you can do whatever you want. As long as you know how to think and make the right decisions for yourself, you can never really go wrong. Right? So that's really all for the sharing today. Thanks a lot. Back to the MC.
Thank you to our sponsors for your invaluable support. Your contribution has made this conference possible, and we are deeply grateful for your partnership. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to introduce and welcome our second distinguished keynote speaker for our conference, Attorney Dr. Malambi Rakul, LPT Head of the Research and Development Office at the Tagwit City University.
To the distinguished officials of the Faculty of Business and Communication of INTI International University, the members of the Malaysian Consumer and Family Economics Association, to the conference chair, Dr. Cheng Kaiwa, who invited me to become one of the keynote speakers for this conference, to the distinguished faculty members, industry leaders, and honor guests and students. Good morning to everyone. So first, before I present my keynote speech, I'd like to introduce first my background. So I am Marlon, and I am the founder and legal practitioner of MB Raquel Law Office. And currently, I am the head of the Research and Development Office of Taguig City University, a government university in Metro Manila. And I served as the former dean of the College of Business Management of the same university. Likewise, I am the president of the International Association of Research Scholars and Educators and the corporate secretary and treasurer of the International Society of Transdisciplinary Researchers, Educators, and Leaders. It is both an honor and a privilege to share with you today at the 20th MACFEA-FBC NT International Conference, a gathering that brings together thought leaders, researchers, academics, and professionals to discuss one of the most pivotal topics of our time, navigating the digital consumer landscape, innovations, challenges, and opportunities. We find ourselves in a world that is increasingly defined by digital transformation. The ways by which we connect, interact, consume, and even think have been reshaped by the digital revolution. In every corner of the globe, consumer behaviors are evolving, driven by new technologies, innovations, and global connectivity. Whether it's the way we shop, the way we communicate, or the way we make decisions, the digital landscape is at the heart of it all. At this juncture, I'd like to point out 5 points in my presentation: the rise of the digital consumer, innovation, which is considered to be the driver of change, and what are the challenges in the digital landscape, the opportunities which shape the future of consumer engagement, and the role of policymakers and education. The digital consumer of today is more empowered, more informed, and more connected than ever before. Consumers are no longer passive recipients of products and services. We are actually active participants in the creation of value. With just a few taps of a smartphone, consumers can access a world of information, compare prices, read reviews, and make purchases with ease. E-commerce has grown to become a cornerstone of the global economy. But it's not just about convenience. The digital consumer is also motivated by personalization, experience, and engagement. The digital consumer is also motivated by we're also motivated by personalization. And that means that businesses today must think beyond the traditional sales funnel and consider the broader consumer journey, from the moment a consumer first interacts with a brand to long after the transaction is complete. At the heart of this transformation lies the innovation. New technologies, whether AI, earlier the first keynote speaker discusses about the role of artificial intelligence in consumer behavior, the blockchain technology, augmented reality, or the Internet of Things are not only revolutionizing the way businesses operate, but also the way consumers experience products and services. Consider the rise of artificial intelligence, which is reshaping everything from customer service to product recommendations and predictive analytics. AI is enabling brands to understand and anticipate the needs and preferences of their customers in ways that were once unimaginable. I have attended several conferences in the past few weeks, and all of these conferences have been focusing on the role of artificial intelligence on different aspects in agriculture, in healthcare, even in legal profession. Similarly, innovations in e-commerce platforms have made shopping not just a transaction, but an immense experience. The integration of augmented reality and virtual reality technologies allows us to try products and virtually before buying them, enhancing decision-making and reducing the risk of buyer's remorse. Blockchain, too, is introducing new opportunities for transparency and security. in digital transactions. Consumers are increasingly concerned about data privacy and security, and blockchain offers a potential solution for building trust and credibility in the digital ecosystem. Now, the problem now is, with the rise of artificial intelligence, here comes the challenges in the landscape. Now, I want you to check these 4 challenges, 4 issues that we face. Like all revolutions, the digital landscape also presents significant challenges. For all the opportunities that digital transformation offers, businesses and consumers alike must navigate this particular host of complexities. So first and foremost of these challenges is the issue of data privacy. The digital economy is fueled by vast accounts of personal data, and consumers are becoming more aware of how their data is being collected, stored, and used. The rise of data breaches, cyber attacks, and the misuse of personal information has raised alarm bells globally. Brands must now balance the need for data-driven insights with the ethical responsibility of protecting consumer privacy. That's why governments around the world should pass certain laws that would protect data privacy. And here in the Philippines, we have this particular law, the Data Privacy Act of 2012. Now, the government approved that in the year 2012. Now, Republic Act number 10173. And it protects individuals, not just, of course, the consumers, but in government transactions, that their information must be protected. Second, we must also address the growing problem of digital literacy. While many consumers are adept at using the digital tools, there remains a significant gap in understanding how digital technologies work and the potential risks associated with them. This gap is particularly evident in our older generations and in developing economies, okay, where access to digital resources is more limited. Now, moreover, as businesses move online, we are faced with the third issue of digital divide. It is becoming even more crucial nowadays and more critical nowadays. While some consumers have access to high-speed internet and the latest technology, others are left behind, unable to fully participate in the digital economy. This particular inequality can exacerbate existing social and economic disparities among the people, and it would limit the opportunities available to a large portion of the population. And lastly, there is a challenge of information overload. With an endless stream of content, advertisement, and product recommendations flooding our digital lives, consumers are increasingly overwhelmed by choices. So the question now is, how can the businesses stand out in such a crowded marketplace? How can consumers make informed decisions when faced with so much noise? Okay? Now, let's take a look at the opportunities that shape the future of consumer engagement. Now, despite these particular challenges, there is no doubt that digital consumer landscape offers vast opportunities, both for the businesses and for society at large. Now, for the businesses, the digital transformation opens up new avenues for engagement, for collaboration, and growth. The key lies in creating a meaningful consumer connections with consumers. So in other words, it does not stop from buying the product. The customer service must go beyond that. You have to connect with our consumers, their consumers. So this means going beyond simply selling your products or your services. It means offering value at every touch point of the customer journey, personalizing experiences and building long-term relationships that are built on trust and mutual benefit. Now, for businesses, they can always harness the power of digital tools to create customer-centric experiences. It will not only attract more customers, but it will also build brand loyalty. So this is where innovations like artificial intelligence, data analytics, and automation would come into play. By leveraging these technologies, businesses can gain deep insights into customer behavior, create personalized offers, and deliver tailored experiences that resonate with their target audience. Now, for those who are in the government, those who create laws, those who create policies, there are also opportunities for them to create more inclusive digital ecosystem that bridge the gap between the haves and the have-nots. Governments can play an important role, a crucial role, in fostering digital literacy, ensuring that data privacy of consumers are protected, and regulating the digital economy in ways that would protect the consumers while enabling innovation. Okay? Now, let's take a look at the role of the academia. No? What's the role of the academy? What's the role of universities, higher educational institutions in this world of artificial intelligence and consumer behavior? As educators and researchers, our role in navigating this complex digital landscape is crucial. The rapid pace of technological change means that the next generation of business leaders must be equipped with the skills, knowledge, and ethical frameworks necessary to thrive in this environment. We are fostering an environment that empowers students not only to understand the digital world, but also to shape it. So in the University of the Philippines, the tagline is shaping the minds that shape the nation. It's very important that our young students, we as faculty members should shape these minds, because later on, they will become the future of our nations, of our countries, of our governments. So we are part of shaping their minds, who will then shape the future of our nations. Now, in consumer behavior research, family economics and business communication have never been more important. By generating insights into how digital innovations affect the customer journey, how families navigate the complexities of digital consumption, and how businesses can respond to these shifts, we can drive the world, but also to shape it. Now, as a conclusion, as we look ahead to the future of the digital consumer landscape, it is clear that the journey will be more exciting and challenging. We are standing at the crossroads of unprecedented innovation, but with that comes the responsibility. This is where we always tell our students, each one of us possesses these rights as an individual, but these rights must always be accompanied with duties and responsibilities. You have the right of speech, you have the right to choose, you have the right to assemble, you have the right to criticize, okay? But that particular right must always be coupled with your duty and your responsibility. So it is then our collective social responsibility as academics, as researchers, as business leaders and policymakers to ensure that this transformation benefits not just one segment of of the society, of the population, but it benefits to all, an inclusive benefit, an inclusive society, and that the opportunities of the digital divide or the digital age are accessible to everyone. So for all the participants who are here today, let us embrace innovations. Let's not fear the challenges ahead of us, but we need to seize the opportunities before us. Together, we can shape a future where digital transformation is not only a driver of economic growth, but also a force for a social good. Now, I'd like to invite everyone, those who are interested, to probably you can join one of our conferences. Every month we do have conferences. Every last Sunday of the month we have on November 24, and then on December 29. Again, thank you everyone for giving me an opportunity to share something about your conference today. Dr. Cheng, I'd like to personally thank you for your invitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Dr. Marlon Birakol, for your insightful sharing with everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now pleased to introduce our third keynote speaker for today. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Iskanin Mohammed Noor, Head of Training Banker at Generali Life Insurance, who will be sharing his insight. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hi everyone, a very good morning to all of you. First of all, thank you very much for attending this session. You kena bagi tepukan yang paling gemuruh pada diri anda. Alright, so first of all, thank you very much for INTI International College for allow us from AFIN and Generali to join this session, and I would like to share something. Before that, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present this presentation. I bagi disclaimer dulu guys. Okay, allow me to present this presentation on my way to create better vibe so that all of us can focus, and I will make things more interesting and knowledgeable on regards to how important to secure your financial future. So ladies and gentlemen, please give yourself a round of applause and please focus. I only need your 20 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Boleh ya? Boleh tak? Alright, okay, great. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, this is attendance. Macam dah nak bagi saya balik je. Okay, never mind. So you can scan the QR code now. Scan me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me start my session now. Okay, so my topic today, remember our theme for this year conference is talk about innovation and also challenges. Right now in Malaysia, there are a lot of challenges. And for your information, in AFIN and Generali, we come up with innovation products. So ladies and gentlemen, how are we going to secure your financial future with us? So that's the main reason. We create and we innovate our products to fulfill our future. Can ya guys? So that's the main reason. Please focus these 20 minutes in order for us to know how serious our Malaysian punya savings in the future, especially their EPF, ladies and gentlemen. Can? Okay. At the back, can you hear my voice? Or do you want me to speak louder? Boleh ya? Okay. Ini baru 50% ni. Doktor ni baru 50%. I boleh lagi. Okay. So, happy retirement. When a person retire, how do they usually spend their retirement days? Okay, doktor, you paling dekat. Nanti kat belakang tak dengar. How do they usually spend their retirement days? Holidays? Hospital? Janganlah sedih. Okay, Puan? Doktor? Sleep, eat, happily, tak payah fikir-fikir, no stress. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's our intention. I pun sudah 40 tahun lebih, tak lama lagi, tak tahu sempat ke tidak retired. I really don't know, but ladies and gentlemen, kita bukan government servant kan, we only rely on our EPF. And today, I would like to share kita punya Malaysian punya EPF berapa, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go one by one. Ladies and gentlemen, this is very scary movie. So EPF KWSP Malaysia is aging and the population over 65 should come to 15 of the population by 2035, including me. Yeah. So current employee provident EPF saving for most Malaysians are barely enough for a decent life after retirement. Most Malaysian cannot afford to retire. Why? Beli komputer lah, bayar rumah lah. At the end of the day, tinggal 50,000 EPF. This is the real story, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you the evidence. Guys, remember, this is our EPF dividend. Puan, masa kita muda-muda dulu, bapi EPF kita, rate, bukan nak tahu you punya EPF punya amount berapa last time? I think it's higher. Last time was really high. Yeah, it's around 11-10. But ladies and gentlemen, this is 2013, 6.35. Dia makin naik ke makin turun? Yes, getting lesser and lesser. And in the year of 2023, guys, our EPF dividend rate is only 5.5%. And our inflation is 5%. So kita dapat berapa? Tak mau cakap lah ya. Ya, Malaysia Madani. Saya tak mau cakap ya. So meaning that very small. Very small. Yeah, so because our inflation also is considered high in Malaysia. So guys, statistics show that our EPF dividend is only around 5%. Ini saya tak bohong This is the valid source is from source KWSP and EPF. Next one, ladies and gentlemen. So average return of the past 10 years was around 5.8. Kita dah puratakan guys. For the past 10 years, our rate of return for EPF only around 5%. Sedih ke tak sedih? Sedih, ya? Tapi still kerja lagi, Okay, good. Okay, next one. So, is there any alternative? Because EPF is barely enough even as the only retirement. EPF return average is only 5.8 are sufficient to overcome price inflation. Saya tak bohong, It's stated clearly there. How much is our inflation, ladies and gentlemen? Sama kan? It's also average is 5.8 per annum, but it is not capable of growing the value. Why? Because EPF 5.8, inflation is 5.8. So, not capable of growing the value of your savings. Okay, that's why kita kena cari alternative to become lesser comfortable when we reach retirement age. So ladies and gentlemen, this is another statistics guy. Average contribution to EPF is only 3 months of salary per working year, which is too little. For example, for 4 working years, they only save about 1 year retirement income. Dah kerja 4 tahun ni, but they only can enjoy 1 year during retirement. If 30 working years, save about 7.5 years retirement income. Meaning that kita retire umur 60, 67, habis. Understand So you kerja 30 years, ladies and gentlemen. Kita reach 60, happy kan? Adam kata kita nak pergi travel Langkawi, Hatnyai, Okay, so we only can sustain how many years? 7.5. Very, very scary. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the lack of retirement saving and ongoing concern. Only 33%, this is the one. Only 33% of active employee fund member having recorded basic saving of 240,000 of last year. The rest, guys, which is around 75% members who had retired and taken out their saving in a lump sum ran out of money within 5 years. Understand? So, pension umur 60, umur 65, habis. That's why kita kena sayang our future. How we gonna secure our future, ladies and gentlemen? So this is a statistic. Let me share one of them. Only 49% out of 686,000 active members from formal sector, and only 39% out of 194 active members from formal sector as well. So meaning that, guys, very, very alarming. Yeah, people can't survive after retirement because dia dah keluar duit dia untuk rumah, ya, untuk beli laptop and so on. At the end of the day, yeah, they only can sustain 5 years after retirement. Clear, everyone? Okay, great. So, what kind of life do you want during retirement? Doktor? You muda lagi kan? Masih ada masa, doktor. That's why I'm coming here today from Afin and generally. So, what kind of life? Tell me the truth. Jangan bohong. So, what kind of life do you want during retirement? Other than pergi holiday and masuk hospital? How about you? Huh? Easy life, comfortable life, tak nak gangguan and so on. But everything needs money. Yeah, doctor. Okay, so if given a choice, would you like to retire young or old? I boleh tanya diri you sebab you masih young. Yang lain tak berapa young. Okay. Yeah, of course young. What is the strategy, ladies and gentlemen? Some plan ahead so well for their posterity or future generation, known as trust fund babies. That they are born retired at age 0, not ever having to work for money but for fun. Ini kalau kita dilahirkan in the very rich family. But not many people. Very, very minimal people have this kind of scenario. Yang lain, we have to work harder to earn income, to get more wealth, ladies and gentlemen. So retirement is not about age, it's about fund sufficiency. Cukup ataupun tidak. Yeah, when we reach our retirement age. So ladies and gentlemen, so we need to plan for our retirement. When would you like to retire? Doktor, you cakap umur berapa? Sekarang umur you 25 kan? Huh? Tiga-tiga, you sangat jujur kan? Okay, so you nak retire at 43, right? Doktor, 43, right? Alright, so another, how long do you want to retire? Another 10 years, doctor. Okay, example lah ya. Knowing how much you need to retire? This is a question. Only need to tell me the truth. How much? Secret, yeah? Okay. And what are your backup plan to retire immediately? Doctor, can you retire now? Why? No money, no talk. Not sufficient. Ada money but not sufficient to stop at this juncture. Why? Sebab kita tak cukup sufficient. We don't have sufficient money. So ladies and gentlemen, this is a formula not only for us. You can share this one to your students, yeah, and also to your kids as well. Okay. For example, yeah, this is for you lah. Doctor, you are 33 kan? Ngam-ngam 50 ya. Retire for how many years? 20 years. For example, 60 until 80. Your annual expenses, yeah, you need amount needed is 2.4 million. Yeah, whenever upon annual expenses needed for retirement is around 10,000 per month. Nampak banyak 10,000 ya per month. But remember, doctor, you retired lagi 20 tahun. 10,000 is not that high, right? Because this is our future value. Yeah, so that's main reason if you wanted to retire, yeah, for 20 years, yeah, so you need to stand by 2.4 million. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, so this 2.4 million deduct from other retirement funds such as PRS, EPF and FD. Ya, ni tak masuk EPF ya. This is your own saving plan, your own retirement. Retirement pula ya, retirement. Okay? Okay, so what can we offer to secure your retirement? Ladies and gentlemen, I was from a different bank before. When I joined Afin and generally, I'm really surprised because in this bank, we have something that really guaranteed. Yeah, it's a 2-in-1 retirement solution. Why I say 2-in-1? Because you can multiply your saving with investment. Ya, kita boleh doublekan kita punya money. At the same time, ladies and gentlemen, you safeguard your retirement plan. Dua-dua ada. Ya, the guarantee part, which is a safeguard. And second one, we also can invest your money to multiply your income. Clear so far? Everyone clear? Okay. So this is the what we call it a wealth creation concept. Okay. For example, just now, doctor, you wanted to have 1.4 million, for example, yeah. So within another 25 years, now you are 33, umur 58, cun-cun pension, doctor. Okay. So we are really don't know what happen in the future. Kita sakit ke apa, we really don't know. But ladies and gentlemen, if we have this retirement fund, it's a good safety net for you, doctor. So in case anything happen, kita ada safety net. You tak akan jatuh, you tak akan struggle, you tak akan susah. You know why? Because in case anything happen, yeah, for the next 25 years, kita ada satu savings. How much? Which is 1.4. This 1.4 million is guaranteed. Yeah, is guaranteed. Yeah, in case anything happen. For example, total permanent disability lah, kita hilang upaya ataupun cacat kekal. Ladies and gentlemen, for example. This one clear, guys? So meaning that once you have this product, automatically we already have this one. Yeah, the 1.4 million is always become your safety net. Yeah, so we don't have to worry anything happen, yeah, doctor. 1.4 is the money is belongs to you. The savings is belongs to you. Okay, so how we gonna get this one? What if I'm not exactly healthy? Am I too late to start? Boleh tak kalau kita tak sihat? Miss yang pakai blazer merah, baju merah, can we apply this one? You, can we apply this one if we are no longer healthy? Can. Ladies and gentlemen, very good, yeah? You can be the second presenter after this. Okay, so true. We also provide opportunities to secure your retirement plan which does not require any medical underwriting. For those yang dah sakit also, guys, they still eligible for this plan. Yeah, you bagus, yeah? Okay, after this, you can continue my presentation. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, a point to ponder is, what do you understand about wealth management? We have to know, yeah, how we're going to manage our wealth in the future. Number one, ladies and gentlemen. Normally people kata wealth management means kita simpan duit lah. Guys, remember, simpan saja tak cukup. We must secure, we must accumulate, and we must distribute. Distribute means we need to put the nomination siap-siap. Nanti kalau something happen, tak ada orang bergaduh. Yeah, because we already nominate the dedicated person. Okay, so first one, ladies and gentlemen, can you protect, where can you protect your wealth? Doctor, where you can protect your wealth? Other than EPF? Huh? Mutual fund, very good. Mutual fund or unit trust fund. Other than that, Kak, ini tabung haji punya hotel dulu kan? Kan, lembaga urusan tabung haji itu pun interestnya 6%, 5% and so on. Yeah, so we can diversify. Ladies and gentlemen, so facts, you need to know about wealth management. So ladies and gentlemen, money does not equal to wealth, guys. Banyak duit tak semestinya you kaya. Yeah, because duit can drop, yeah, boleh habis in sekelip mata. Blink of eyes, duit boleh habis on the spot. Okay, so keeping cash not equivalent to can't beat the inflation. Why? Because rate of the return dengan inflation sama. So the money won't grow. Very good. And second one, everyone should diversify their wealth. Very good. That's why kita simpan in mutual fund. We simpan in tabung haji, ASB and so on. So undiversified wealth means you losing all the wealth. That's why you have to diversify. Simpan here sikit, and so on to ensure in case one of them tak perform, so another one can back up. Yeah, can become the backup plan. So we have this Afian Secure Prime Plus, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, this one is a very good product. It's a 3 combination, simpanan, investment, and also protection. 3 in 1. And the beauty of this one, guys, is secure income rider, meaning that it's a guaranteed maturity value upon maturity. So duit kita tak akan hilang. Everything is guaranteed. Okay. Doctor, FD guaranteed tak return? Huh? Guaranteed or not? Guaranteed but very less. Yeah, you macam kecewa je. Okay, this is the statistics, ladies and gentlemen. Deposit interest rate in Malaysia. You tengok last time in 1984 is around 10%. Betul kan? Puan, masa zaman kita muda-muda, betul dulu saya pernah pergi bank 13%, 14%. That one in 1990s, guys. Yeah, 1998, you see here is around 10. But ladies and gentlemen, the amount deposit rate in Malaysia average berapa, guys? 4.969% from 80 to 2022. Sekarang berapa? 2 or 3%, 2 something. Doktor kata tadi granted kan? Granted. MCO 1 something ya. MCO was 1 point something only. So we can't say FD is always granted. Depends. Kalau granted, doktor, dulu sampai sekarang 10% saja. But the amount is fluctuate. Sekejap naik, sekejap turun. So FD is always never granted. But this product, ladies and gentlemen, which is Affin Secure Prime with Secure Income Rider, is always guaranteed maturity benefits. In case anything happen, kita akan bagi guaranteed. Guaranteed means apa yang ada dalam kita punya quotation tu will given to you, will be given to you. And of course, kita akan bagi guaranteed cash endowment. Every year, kita akan bagi 6% or 12%. The first 5 years is 6%. After that, kita akan bagi 12% guaranteed, which is much better than our FD, around 2 something, right? So that's main reason. Kalau kita ada duit, semua kat sini ada duit lah ya. If you guys have extra money, please safeguard your income, safeguard your future with this Affin Secure Prime Plus. Can? Because there is a good things which is guaranteed element. Dua benda ya guys, guaranteed maturity benefit and guaranteed cash endowment every year. You see? You're going to receive the guaranteed for 25 years. You have 2 options. Either you nak simpan 15 years or 25 years. Okay. So, lagi satu. Iskandar, you did mention just now, right? We're going to invest some of the money. Okay ke investment return tu? Okay or not? Let me show you, ladies and gentlemen. This is based on our latest one. Our Select Opportunity Fund, berapa guys average? 11.7. Ya, kita punya FD around 2 something. But our Select Opportunity Fund, this is the annualized return. Annualized return, ya, since launch date 2001 tau guys. 2001 until now 2023, the average is around 12%. As you mentioned lah, this is part of the mutual fund kan. You see, the return is very, very good. It's more than 10%. Puan, kalau you kata, tapi this one tak syariah kan, Iskanin, can I have the Islamic Dana one? Kita ada 2 guys, which is Dana Imbang, the green one. This is also is very good, 6.65. Better than kita punya ASB. ASB baru 5 kan? Alright. So, this is the opportunity guys. Even kita ada banyak sangat economic crisis, 911 attack lah, US-China war lah, COVID-19 lah. But you see, all the return is always positive. Kita tak pernah ada negative because our fund manager is really perform really well. Yeah, they are very professional and they really know how to manage customers' money. Clear, yeah? So you can see here the return is very good. Yeah, it's more than double digit. So your preferences, you can save 1 time of saving ataupun you boleh simpan 4 tahun. Yeah, so you can save 1, 2, 3, 4 years for the second one. This one also you can save for 1 off. It depends on your choice. So ladies and gentlemen, you can contact our relationship manager in Affin Bank. Yeah, they will assist you the details about this saving plan. Very good plan, ladies and gentlemen. So the question is not at what age I want to retire, is at what income. Is at what income. Who should know the answer? Only doctor, you know your answer. Only you yourself know how much money that you should put aside or you should stand by whenever you wanted to retire. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, this is a Q&A session. Ada soalan? Betul-betul 20 minit ni. Yes. Any plan? Basically, this one is considered very good Already Puan? Islamic Fund, this one. Oh, okay. So basically for this plan, if you wanted to have the Islamic one, you can select the green one lah, which is dana imbang. Oh, okay. So this one is for conventional fund. Oh, okay. So basically, we have a few more fund, yeah. But for this product, we only have 2 Islamic fund for this product lah. Yeah, I understand. But for this product, we only have this fund. But for another product, kita ada yang lebih kurang dalam 10%. Can, madam? So you can check with our RM later, Cik Liza, and also Miss Heyman later. Yeah, the details about this fund. Okay. Any other question? Clear? Yes.
Check 1, 2.
Tak dengar, Miss. Okay, what's your question?
Hello?
Yeah, okay, Ken.
Just now the Priestley table, for the first year, it shows that it's a 6% and second year actually it's a 12%, right?
Yeah.
For 15 years and 25 years.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the interest, is it? Is it fixed or not fixed?
Very good. Yeah. Does this return is fixed or not fixed? The answer is fixed because this is all under guaranteed cash endowment.
So which means the 6%, right, you will get like annually.
Yes, you will receive annually and will put in your savings.
Okay,
Reinvest.
What about the minimum investment?
Minimum investment, it depends on your budget.
Okay, is there any requirement?
Any?
Is there any requirement?
Any requirement? For example, umur berapa?
Like a one shot ke ataupun like a monthly ke saving?
Okay, good. So this is the one lah, yeah. Let me share with you. You can have one shot, for example, 100,000 or 200,000, ataupun you can choose 4 times, meaning that 50,000 1 year, second year 50,000, third year 50,000, fourth year 50,000. You have 2 options. Either you nak bayar sekaligus, one off, or you wanna pay in 4 years time.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Clear? Okay, great. Yep, can. If you want to have a critical illness also in AFIN and generally also, we cover for the critical illness other than this saving plan. Okay, for the monthly one also we have in our AFIN and generally. Okay? Yeah, okay. For this 4 years, guys, for your information, Miss, you asked this question kan? Kena bayar setahun terus ke? We also can divide into monthly mode. So maknanya, for example, 50,000 we divide by 12 lah. Example. Can ya? 2 option lah. Meaning that you can pay annually or monthly or half yearly. Yeah, that's the option that we have. Okay? Time I banyak pula soalannya. Tadi tak tanya pun ya sebelum ni. Okay, Alhamdulillah. So meaning that you are focusing on my presentation. So I guess it's already 11 o'clock. Thank you very much guys. Sorry ya kalau I punya presentation a bit macam Iskandar ni macam bercakap dengan anak-anak. No, because I wanted to ensure everyone have a clear understanding. I'm also really worried guys. How much my EPF and my saving plan kalau I retired today. Memang tak cukup. Really tak cukup. That's the main reason we have to have our second EPF, which is our safety net and savings in our good saving plan like this. Okay guys? So thank you very much for your kind cooperation. All the best guys. We need to jaga masa depan kita. We need to jaga periuk nasi kita. Kita ada anak, belum tentu anak-anak kita jaga ya masa kita tua nanti. That's the main reason kita kena sayang kita. With that, thank you very much and thank you and have a good day. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Iskani Muhammad Noor, for his insightful presentations. And it is a very engaging presentation with everyone. So for those who are very interested in his proposal, you can approach him after this. Last but definitely not least, it is my pleasure to introduce our final keynote speaker for today. Please welcome Dr. Sujit Kaur Sandhu, Senior Lecturer at Teller University, Malaysia. Please welcome.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I hope I can match the energy with Ibrahim, is it? No, Iskandar. Huh? Iskani. Okay. All right. 11 o'clock, not a very good time. I hope everyone is still awake after the heavy nasi lemak, plate of nasi lemak. So I am Sujit from Taylor's University, representing School of Accounting and Finance. A very good morning to Professor Dr. Asokan Vasudevan, Director of for International Relationship and Collaboration and Center for Sustainable Business Innovation and Corporate Responsibility, INTI International University. Dr. Cheng, the Conference Chair for 28 MACFEA, INTI International University Conference. Dr. Samsul Azahari, Secretary for MACFEA, Assistant Professor Dr. Husnia Abdul Rahim, the Bendahari for MACFEA as well, and beloved Miss Siti, the Deputy Dean for Faculty of Business and Communication. It's my absolute honor and privilege to be here. Coming back here is like coming back home, because I was previously with INTI International University, and MACFEA is an organization where I'm a lifetime member. After completion for my PhD in UPM, I became a lifetime member. So I'm also having some butterflies in my stomach because all my Mahagurus from UPM are here. So I hope I can pull this out. All right. So when I was approached by Dr. Cheng to be the keynote speaker for today's conference, one of the theme which really attracted me, or something which was very close to my heart, is with regards to consumer wellness, health and wellness. So I'll just share you the honest and personal reason why did I choose this. Because 3 months ago, I lost the most strongest pillar of my life. And the reason why I'm here standing today, I lost my dad, my most beloved dad, due to cancer. And the diagnosis came in 3 years ago in 2021. Can you imagine, with still partial lockdown, COVID, and my mom just had surgery and a confirmed diagnosis from the doctor with my son, who is diagnosed with autism. Everything, my whole life just, it's shattered, crumbled. I don't know what words to use, nightmare. And with that time, he was still a toddler. And remember online classes? He used to be so angry with me. He used to bang my laptop that why I'm speaking to the laptop and not to him. So it really took a toll on my mental health, physical, and the topic of consumer health and wellness or mental health was a daily conversation between me and my family members, and we were all locked down, and we was trying to gather. Every day was a struggle. Every day was a challenge. But I mean, if I could have ever measured my blood pressure that time, it could be really high. But thank God, everything. Of course, losing dad is it's very something which I can't still get over. bringing him for therapies, for chemotherapies, looking high and low for therapy for my son. So it was just a roller coaster ride. So, but that is my personal reason. But keeping aside my personal reason, how many of you enjoyed the plate of nasi lemak you had this morning? Did you really pump? Did you really put in? Did you really calculate the calories that went in? But you know, who cares? Nasi lemak is nasi lemak. Okay. I did try once swapping nasi lemak with brown rice or quinoa without my sambal. And my ancestors' voice told me that, Sukhjit, what are you doing? Nasi lemak will be nasi lemak. But there's also a trend these days that we can see that many people are actually revisiting Malaysian delicacies and seeing how can we probably dissect that delicacy and make it even much more healthier. So that is my topic with regards to today's presentation. All right. So it's very interesting that we are seeing a rising health consciousness among consumers. So according to Department of Statistics Malaysia, we are looking at consumers who are actually making very informed choices with regards to reading labels before purchases, looking at what is the sodium level. I am part of this, all right? After going through, multiple visits to the hospital, that's the last place you want to go. And that thing really triggered me, and now I have to be extra careful with the type of food I'm giving to my son. If no, I will have a toddler who's jumping around till midnight, all right? So I have to look at sugar amount, sugar content, fats, and whatever not. Okay, and we are looking at a more holistic approach, which consumers are also embarking on. Right, so according to Commission Factory 2023, we are looking at consumers who are now not only talking about mental, about physical, but also looking at how healthy we are in terms of mental, physical, and also spiritual wellness, which is, I think, so crucial. And this topic is normally, it's hardly been discussed. So if we look at digital health revolution, how many of you are obsessed with hitting that 10,000 steps a day? Are you? So if you don't hit, what happens? Sleepless nights. Very stressed. So I do not know whether this is good or this is bad, but this is a trend that we're looking at. Wearable adoption, where we're looking at smartwatches and trackless fitness being the mainstream for vitals. And it's not only that. The beautiful thing is, it can also look at, I think the previous keynote speaker also talked about how do we also measure our oxygen level, blood pressure, I believe the canggih-canggih type one lah, right? Okay. Sleep, how deep sleep we are getting for the day. All right. And also if we look at telemedicine growth, especially after the pandemic, the virtual consultation rises with regards to improving healthcare providers, especially among the rural areas, according to Institute of Public Health Malaysia. And this is the most beautiful thing, AI diagnosis. I wish I had this sort of diagnosis for my dad earlier, that I can see, get AI to do all the algorithm and looking at what sort of early disease sort of detection that I can actually prevent, or I can actually look for signs up for. All right. So looking at nutrition focused eating, all right, we in Malaysia, we are spoiled by lots and lots of choices. Even 12 o'clock at night, we can go out and at least have something and come back, right? Okay. So we are looking at functional food. So according to Global Wellness Institute 2023, food with added health benefits is getting more famous, and probiotics and antioxidant sort of products is actually hitting the shelves, and it's a multi-million-dollar business worldwide and also in Malaysia, right? And more Malaysians are actually adopting vegetarian diet these days. And if you're looking at our traditional superfood, foods like ginger, petai, bird nest, they are also getting a lot of importance in terms of how we are rediscovering their nutritional properties, right? So instead of an apple a day keeps the doctor away, who knows, a patai a day will keep the doctor away in the future. All right. So if you look at mental health awareness, so time has changed. One point of time, we won't even discuss about this. But now Malaysians are a bit more open that, you know, it's okay. I'm having this issue. I have so many students back in my university where they're actually struggling with this. And the best thing is that organization or companies are also looking into the importance of this. So they have workplace wellness. Some companies have music room, private gym, so many therapy rooms in their organization where they can implement mental health program and also flexible working arrangement. Digital support is also something which is really creeping up into the trend these days, where we look at mental health apps, online counseling services. Talking about apps, I still remember when I was in INTI, and we used to be very busy with classes. We used to have a water alarm reminder. Can you imagine water alarm reminder every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes we have reminders that we need to drink water. So it's like amazing. We are making use of all the apps around us. And also if we look at fitness revolution. So fitness revolution has really changed with regards after pandemic, probably you can say. It's not only the typical gym that we are looking at virtual workout. I managed to do this. Actually, it's very interesting. My daughter dragged me to do this, right? So it's like we have a combination of people from all over the world doing the exercise at the same point of time. So that's amazing. Online fitness, according to Data Portal 2024, online fitness classes and app provided a convenient exercise option. So how many of you have actually signed up for the gym membership for the 1 year, but you didn't hit the gym? Are you guilty for that? Right? So, oops, I'm sorry. But anyway, if you look at boutique gyms, right? So we have specialized fitness studios offering unique experience, which are also getting popularity. And we have outdoor activities. I never knew that there is jungle therapy. I didn't know about that, right? But it's also, we have hiking, cycling, outdoor boot camps, which are seeing increase in participants. And talking about sleep, how many of you are guilty for scrolling your phone for hours and, you know, it's past bedtime, but you're still with your phone, right? So sleep, I think 10 years ago, I could never imagine that there'll be a job called sleep therapist. You know, looking at our sleep. Sleep is so essential. So we have devices like sleep tracking devices. We have sleep products. Can you imagine? So according to Wellness Institute 2023, they are pillows, they are mattresses. Demand for sleep-enhancing mattresses, pillows, and bedding are actually on the rise. And there's also relaxation techniques. They have certain type of music, you know, you can just download from your app, certain type of music to relax you down. What do you call that? The therapy. I mean, you have essential oils to calm you down, and you have aromatherapy. Yes, it's also becoming more popular for a better sleep. And I really regretted not listening to my mom, who always used to say that, Sukhjit, go and hit the afternoon nap. And, you know, when I was after school and I said, no, I want to play. And now now getting a sleep is so, all of us are probably sleep deprived, right? So looking at, so if you're looking at the future and the future trends, they are also personalized nutrition, where these days we can use our genetic testing. This is also something which is very getting popular. that we can do our DNA analysis, can actually inform us what sort of diet is actually good for us. Have you heard about gluten-free? Many people these days are intolerant of milk and whatever not. Probably is because of, I do not know, probably it can be, something went wrong in the supply chain of food, whatever, right? So we also have microbiome analysis where gut health, guys, I can't, how do I say this? Because my dad had colon cancer, and you will be surprised that the gut health is something that we always overlook. We always look at a BP, sugar, heart, but our gut actually release a certain type of hormones which actually triggers our emotion. And I never knew that. So doing lots of research up and down and talking to so many doctors, actually gut health is the most important organ in our body. And if you have an unhealthy gut, it also can trigger anxiety. So it's according to Sasika, so we have a gut health testing leading to tailored probiotics and prebiotic intervention. And the most beautiful part is AI-driven meal planning. And I did actually ask ChatGPT because I do not know what to cook every day for. Yeah, seriously. I am this now. I asked ChatGPT, can you please design can you please design me a 5-day meal plan for school kids? And pop, it was just there. But of course it was westernized. So I said, can you Malaysianize it? Or can you put some Punjabi food in it or whatever? It's fantastic. So you have all this in our on our fingertips, right? So we have another area which is gaining popularity is eco-friendly wellness. And if you look at Euromonitor report, and also something that I really, really follow, and also a consumer for organic skincare, more people actually adopting this organic and natural skincare. And have you heard about green exercise? I didn't know what was green exercise till I saw what is eco-friendly fitness activities like plogging. Plogging is one activity that as we are going for our exercise, we are also picking up all the rubbish, litter. So that's plogging. All right, and we're looking at sustainable products. So sustainability, of course, the SGD of most universities are looking at this. And if you look at work-life balance, I'm not sure whether this word exists in our daily life or not. Work-life balance, otak balance, I'm not sure. But this is something which is mere possible to actually have in this time of age. But like CL, I'm not sure whether he's here or not. Okay, the first speaker, he was talking about flexible working hours. You'll be surprised that students, graduates these days, this is something that demand. They really want flexible working hours, remote arrangement, which sometimes it can probably improve work-life balance according to Deloitte. Digital detox. This is something which is gaining popularity, that we are trying to disconnect ourselves from the screen. And also workplace wellness. Okay, companies are investing in comprehensive employee wellness program and also ergonomic workspace. And if you look at traditional medicine revival, so we all know in Malaysia, we have basically 3 different types of main ethnicity, right? So we have heard about the word Jamu, we heard about the word Ayurvedic, Chinese traditional medicine. You know, the collaboration of these 3 is very unique, and you can find it in Malaysia, and that is gaining popularity. So we have, in terms of traditional practice integrated with modern medicine, I think in HUKM, when I used to bring my dad, there is also a clinic which is practicing this. Because some doctors are in for it, some doctors are against it. So probably they're just testing out. So Malaysia is looking at medicine gains internationally, and we're looking at this as a potential impact to our economic development. And wellness tourism, of course, who do not like going for holidays, but sometimes, like for me, I will think twice if I want to go for holidays, because I think I'll become even more tired. I'll be running after the kids, right? So I'll say it's forget about holidays, just stay at home, right? So anyway, if we look at spa treats, okay, eco treats, medical tourism, wellness festivals, all these are getting popularity. So according to Ministry of Health Malaysia 2022, Malaysia is becoming a hub for highly quality, affordable medical treatment. And if we look at eco treats, we have nature-based wellness treats in rainforest and also in terms of island. Because we are blessed in Malaysia, we have the combination of this, and we don't even have to go anywhere else to enjoy this, right? So this is something which is really, I think, something good because we are now not looking at when we grow old, then only we should take care of our health. We should actually, once they are still young, we should look at focus of development and nutrition for early years. And also we're looking at youth wellness in terms of the medical, in terms of the mental health support, and also balancing the screen time, right? So they have many apps actually we can download to actually control the screen time of our kids, and also active aging. This is an impact lab in Taylor's University where we are actually heading towards, I think, aging nation in 2030. So we have tailored fitness program which is actually catering for this as well. And if you look at community health innovation, all right, we have health education, we have fitness infrastructure, and also we have social support. So this is all gaining popularity, and it's very important for us to actually understand that this is something which actually we can dive on further. And if you look at workplace wellness evolution, when we first join in a company, we have free membership, health screening, but companies are also looking at how do we go from physical health and also looking at mental well-being. So they're also having counseling services, stress management workshop. And by 2025, we're going to have holistic wellness where we look at mental, spiritual, physical. We are looking at personalized wealth plan, and we're also looking at work-life integration support. And we're also looking at how tech enables health monitoring will also be part of our life, where we can actually have IoT integration. We have smart home devices which actually can monitor. I think CL was saying that you can actually predict when the heart attack is going to happen, right? And we have, in terms of predictive analysis, we also can predict health risks based on our lifestyle and genetics. And we also have remote monitoring in terms of chronic conditions, which is monitored to telemedicine. And if we look at wellness real estate, so this is really gaining popularity, especially in Klang Valley. I can see lots of companies, they have like rooms, they have like a lot of plants in their company, in their building. They are looking at green spaces, and also some new developers. If you look at new developers, they really emphasize on air, energy. In terms of, you're looking at building features, we have in terms of air and water filtration system, and also we're looking at integrated facilities for a complete inducive learning and staying. And financial wellness, which was the topic discussed by the previous speaker. Financial wellness is something which is very, very important for, not to say any generation should know what is happening. Our health insurance, I think half of Malaysians don't have basic health insurance. So it should be something which is, it's actually gaining popularity according to Ministry of Health. And we have wellness investment, and also we have financial education, which is really important for all consumers in order for us to have a proper financial literacy. In Malaysia, it's not that we do not know financial literacy, but we don't practice it. Like we know that nasi lemak is not good, but all of us are guilty for eating that, right? So it's like that, right? So if we look at regulatory landscape, so we have stricter standards, we have digital health policies, and we have wellness incentive from government, which is companies who are trying to invest in employees' well-being. They will get some sort of tax incentive. We have new laws to address telemedicine as well, health data privacy. And if you look at the future outlook, what consumers in 2025 are looking at, we have a holistic integration where we are looking at health and wellness as a combined package. We are looking at personalized approach where we look at how diet, lifestyle, how our genetics and combine this all together, we can actually look at a better lifestyle. We have a community focus, and we also have in terms of technological advancement. So I think consumers in the future has very good advantage if they know how to use the digital world, right? So these are the reference lists that I took. And thank you very much. So here's a future to health and happiness. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we break for our networking tea break, we would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to our keynote speakers for today, sponsors and VVIP guests for their valuable time, insight and support for this conference. Your contribution has truly enriched our program and made this event possible. Just a few reminders to everyone. After break, we will continue with parallel session 1, which will be started at 11:45. To all virtual participants, the session will be started at 11:45. However, for physical session, the venue will be at Bayou 1 and 2. And another reminders for everyone, please return promptly to the venue as we're going to start at 11:45. So enjoy this opportunity to connect and network. Thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing you again in the session ahead. Thank you so much.
All right, so today, as a first presenter, the title of our article here is determinants of youth behavior towards sustainability in over-packaging of e-commerce purchases. A study in Klang Valley. Next, please. Okay, as an introduction, the growth of e-commerce here and the delivery services has actually drastically altered shopping behaviors. And e-commerce progress has provided numerous benefits in terms of convenience and accessibility, but it has also resulted in a significant increase in packaging waste, particularly over-packaging. And over-packaging here involves the excessive use of packaging materials like bubble wrap, air pillows, and plastic bags. And when a consumer purchases a small item through online, they may receive it in an oversized package, causing confusion about the nature and size of the item. And this cause of the consumers may feel compelled to verify the product before unpacking it from the adhesive holding the container together. The product is well packaged with a soft foam cushion and a sturdy cardboard box, ensuring that the products arrive in the good conditions. And over the time, concerns arise about the aftermath of the purchase, such as the presence of a large shipping box and the accumulation of plastic, paper adhesive, and the other materials. Okay, next, please. Okay, so this is the statistic from the global and also from the Malaysian statistic. As we can see here, from the global consumption of the paper and paperboard, total 408 million tons in year 2021, and is projected to reach 476 million tons by year 2032. And in Malaysia, the packaging waste from shipping products will be a significant contributor to the increase in solid waste, which amounted to 30,000 tons in 2020. So those will lead to the increase in the solid waste. Okay, next. Okay, basically these are the problem statement based on this study, whereby here there is a dearth of research examining consumers' behavior specifically towards the packaging waste in the context of e-commerce from Rita 2022. And next, according to Chua Mong Fan 2020, the consumer behavior is also equally responsible for packaging waste problem. And from Hua and Dong, year 2022 also, the noticeable lack of the studies exploring the role of perceived behavioral control as an influential factor to the consumer behavior towards the packaging waste. And Nordin and Selke, year 2010, found that consumers across developing countries often associate eco-friendly product and packaging waste produced, but still do not know more information about the sustainable behavior. Okay, next. Right, so we move to the research question, research objective, and also the hypothesis. Based on this study, we want to achieve 3 research objectives here and also 3 research questions. So RO1, we want to determine the levels of the IVs and also the DV, which is attitude, subjective norm, perceived behavioral control, environmental concern, and consumer behaviors. And for the RO2, we want to identify the relationship between IVs and also DV. So from here, we have 4 hypotheses here. And then the RO3, we want to investigate the most influential predictor factors on the sustainable consumer behavior towards packaging waste in e-commerce. And here we have 1 hypothesis. Okay, so the overall we have 5 hypotheses. Okay, next. Okay, so now we have the literature review. From the Flaherty 2017, on the excessive packaging, this leads to the increased waste in landfill and also poses challenges for the recycle and also disposable. And then for the attitude, we have here from both 2020, access to packaging waste contribute to a solution are the individual's own behavioral attitude, where the individual had a positive or negative opinion or the evaluation of a specific behavior. And from Paul, ETAL 2016, from the subjective norm, concern about the environment influence the behavior of others via social pressure on the family and also the peer groups. And from here, ETAL 2022, for the perceived behavioral control, there are significance of the perceived behavioral control in influencing the behaviors. And then for the environmental concern from Song ETL 2023, environmental concern can be considered as an activating factor for the consumer's behavior to use the recycle or usable express packaging. And the last one from Chua Mek Muang Fund ETL 2020 about the behavior towards the excessive packaging from e-commerce. The concept of reduce, reuse and recycle is gaining prominence with the studies highlighting the positive impact of packaging waste and the potential for the behavioral change. Okay, next. Okay, due to this study, these are the research framework, which we have 4 IVs here: attitude, subjective norm, perceived behavioral control, environmental concern, with 1 IV here, behavior towards the excessive packaging from e-commerce purchases. So that we have 5 hypotheses with this framework. Okay, next. Okay, so based on this study, the methodology here, based on the quantitatively research, and the study location here is at the Klang Valley, was chosen here as the study location, which is covering Selangor, Kuala Lumpur, and also Putrajaya. Okay, by using the sampling method here, purposive sampling, this is getting from the Youth Societies and Youth Development Amendment Act of 2019. According to this legislation, youth are specifically identified within the age range of 15 to 30 years. All right. And then the sample size here is 200 respondents to gather the information from the targeted respondents. Okay, for the data collection here, these are adapted from the previous research questionnaires item by using the cross-sectional studies and the data collection through online Google form and posting it to the social media, specifically through the Klang Valley community group within 3 months, starting from June until August last year. Okay, the instrument and the measurement here. By using 5-point Likert scale, range from 1 strongly disagree until 5 strongly agree. And there are 6 parts in this questionnaire. For part 1, demographic, part B, attitude, part C, subjective norm, part D, perceived behavioral control, part E, environmental concern, and part F, behavior towards the excessive packaging from e-commerce purchases. All right, next. Okay, based on this one, the data analysis, before we go to the result and discussion, the data analysis here for RO1, based on the statistical analysis, we are using descriptive analysis. For RO2, we want to identify the relationship between IVs and also DV. We are using Pearson correlation analysis. For RO3, to investigate the most influencing predictor factors on the sustainable consumption behavior, we are using multiple linear regression analysis. Right, next. Okay, so these are the results and finding. Based on the demographic profile here, the gender here, 33.5% were male respondents, while 66.5% were female. And age here, 22 to 25 years old is the highest category, which is 44.5%, followed by the age category 18 to 21 years old. Okay, and the lowest number is the range age is 26 to 30. And then the educational level here, the highest educational level bachelor degrees, which is 41.5%, which is the highest category, followed by the foundation, STPM, matriculation or A-level, and also diploma, 35.5%. Then CGL Pelajaran Malaysia SPM, 23%, master degree, 66.5%, and doctoral degree PhD, 3.5%. And for the monthly income, since they are around age 15 to 30 years old, most of the respondents here at the educational level, so about 46% of the respondent with no incomes. Okay, next. Okay, this is the descriptive analysis based on RO1. We want to achieve research objective 1 based on the level here. So as we can see here, the subjective norm and environmental concerns were at the moderate score level, and attitude and also the behavior here at the low score level. All right, so this is for the RO1. Next. Okay, based on the result from the Pearson correlation coefficient here to achieve RO2. Okay, so this one, all of the variables here, the results here are rejected for the null hypothesis, which means here there is a statistically significant correlation between IVs here and the behavior towards the sustainability in over-packaging of e-commerce purchases. And from here, we can see also that the perceived behavioral control and also the subjective norm have a medium positive relationship with the behavior towards sustainability in over-packaging of e-commerce purchase, while EC here, environmental concern and the attitude have a weak positive relationship with the behavior. Okay, next. Okay, to achieve the RO3, by using the multiple linear regression analysis, so these are the results. Okay, so the result shows that here, MLR here, we are used to assess the strength of the relationship between the variable. Okay, based on this study, we can see here, among the 4 variables shown in the table, only 2 variables here, positively significant. Okay, and the perceived behavioral control shows the most significant. And this implies that the perceived behavioral control strongly influence the behavior towards the sustainability in over-packaging of e-commerce purchases. Okay, and then we have subjective norms also exhibit the second positive relationship, right? And with a beta coefficient here, 0.349. And these are also highly significant with the p-value here of less than 0.001. Okay, next. Okay, as a conclusion, implication and also recommendation here. Okay, based on the findings for RO1, the finding shows that there are 2 variables here at a moderate level, namely subjective norms and also the perceived behavioral control. The others are at the low level here. And for the RO2, the result shows that the null hypotheses are rejected, which indicate that it has a relationship between the variables. And then for the RO3, perceived behavioral control here is the highest predictor factors, followed by the subjective norm from the multiple linear regression results. And for this implication from the government, so the government said we have to extend the producer liability by making e-commerce companies responsible for collecting and managing packaging waste through a recycling plan or deposit return system. Next, maybe we can create the incentive and also penalty measures, levying commodity packaging fees, or impose environmental protection tax to encourage the enterprise to actively tackle the problem of overpackaging. And for the enterprise here, redesign the packaging and use the packaging materials that are sustainable, and also develop a recycle system, and also combine the packaging. And for the consumers, we are trying to change in their shopping behavior, especially in the number of items purchased in a single transaction. And also maybe we can use the 3R here, recycle, reduce, or reuse the packaging. And as the recommendations here, okay, since we have only 200 respondents here, so maybe in future we can conduct a larger number of respondents across Malaysia to obtain more comprehensive insights into consumer behavior, and also involve the several study locations that cover all of the Malaysia, including Sabah and Sarawak. And then maybe we are trying to focus on the other factors. Instead of we have 4 IVs and with the 1 DV here, we can include another factors here. And then further expand to all the levels of the groups, not only 15 to 30 years old among the youth. So we can expand to the all levels of the age groups. Okay, and next, these are all the references here. Okay, so these are all the references based on this study. Okay, so with that, thank you so much. So I open this for the Q&A session if you have any question. Okay, thank you, Dr. McZinty. Okay, so from 4 IVs here, based on the multiple linear regression analysis here, there are only 2 variable significant here, subjective norm and also perceived behavioral control. So maybe based on the suggestion from doctor here, we can create more awareness among the youth, and I think not only among the youth, and maybe we can expand it into the general respondents here about the overpackaging. So nowadays we have so many in terms of the ways through this overpackaging, because we have very easy in terms of using the e-commerce here. All right. So the suggestion here for me, maybe we give an awareness about try to reduce or reuse the packaging instead of we want to buy any products at the market level here. Okay, and try to minimize in terms of the buying process, okay, or purchasing process, so that we can less of our packaging. Okay, thank you, Dr. McZinty. Is there any question? Okay. So if we don't have any question, according to my presentation. Okay, so for the second presenters here, Miss Lee Lin Tan. Miss Lee Lin Tan. So the topic here, factors influencing online spending behavior among Generation Z consumers in Malaysia. So please welcome Miss Lee Lin Tan.
Now let me share my slide. Okay, are you all able to see my slide?
Okay, you can proceed.
All right. Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Lilin, and the research topic that I'll be talking about today is factors influencing online spending behavior among Generation Z consumers in Malaysia. So we will begin with a little bit of an introduction. So for introduction, as you all know, like during the pandemic COVID, right, there is a surge in the spending of the growth of the era of the digital era. And then there is a surge of the number of mobile internet users in Malaysia from 2010 to 2020, as in the graph. And then since there is the MCO actually being adapted, it actually pushes consumer to the online platforms, which also results in the search in number of online shoppers in Malaysia. And you've been asking me like, why do I choose Malaysia out of so many countries? So if you see on the right figure, Malaysia online consumption categories has actually increased more than 4 times as compared to China and India's consumption. And we relatively know that China and their country is actually bigger, their consumption is actually much bigger. So what leads to the issue is that Generation Z is also known as the digital native generation, which they grow up with online platforms and also a lot of high modern technology. And Gen Z is the generation that is spending most as compared to other generations. So you can see on what they actually spend their money on. So mainly my Generation Z that I'm targeting is actually university students, right? And they also buy groceries. And if you're looking at the bills that they are paying, is actually internet, mobile phone services, and also internet. So moving forward, I'll be talking about my literature review of this research. So there's 4 independent variables that is linked to this research. So the first one would be perceived benefits. So customers are driven to shop online by perceived benefits like saving times, easy access, round-the-clock availability, interactive services, unrestricted by location, trustworthiness, appealing web designs, and also cost effectiveness. The next one is perceived risk, which is generally seen as the subjective expectation of possible negative outcomes and reflects the degree of uncertainty an individual feels about the product or services. The third one is consumer innovative. So consumer innovative serves as a precursor to the customer inspiration on social media, featuring a positive inspired by state in customers. The initial inspiration subsequently drove the inspired to stage, which can lead to impulsive purchasing behavior. As we all know, in this modern era, most of us actually spend our time looking at social medias. For example, like we're learning a lot from TikTok and Instagram. So the fourth one will be attitude and intention. So individuals has an assessment framework called attitude that they use to assess the effects of a given behavior. Right, so moving forward, this is my research framework and is actually supported by TBB Plan of Behavior. So when it comes to the terms of online spending behavior, there's lots of theories that we can actually use. But why do I decided to use theory of planned behavior is because that it actually directly links to the intention of the customer, which is in the social interactions and also the surroundings. So for my methodology, as mentioned that my target respondents are university students, which mainly falls under Generation Z. Target location is Malaysia, and I've collected 384 data via simple random sampling through questionnaire, and my questionnaire was measured using a 5-point Likert scale ranging from 1 for strongly disagree and 5 to strongly agree. With that, my pilot test was also conducted to test the reliability of the data. On top of that, the descriptive data such as demographic profiles are also being measured using the SPSS version 29. And for the inferential analysis was conducted using 3 types of analysis, which is Pearson correlation analysis, multiple linear regression, and also hypothesis testing. So if you can see from my result and discussion, these are all my descriptive analysis data. And you can see that for the duration of online shopping, for the past 6 months, that it has been quite a surge between 1 to 2 years due to the MCO. And most of them usually spends 500 and above. It's because the type of the product purchased online is usually, for example, like home and living items, home appliances, and also electronic products. And most of the online platform that is being used is actually Shopee, Lazada, Carousel, Go Shop, and also a little bit of Taobao. But I'm pretty sure with now generation, Taobao have an English version. Therefore, a lot of people will actually use that online platform to purchase items. So these are my inferential analysis results. So for pilot test results, all of my data are reliable. And if you can see for the Pearson correlation analysis that my variable of attitude and intention has the strongest relationship with online spending behavior. Not to also mention that the perceived risk is actually negatively correlated to my online spending behavior is because when online spending behavior increases, the perceived risk decreases. And all of my hypotheses are actually supported. So in conclusion, the main research finding shows that all of the independent variables has a significant relationship with online spending behavior, which I previously mentioned that attitude and intention variable has the greatest influence on spending behavior. Moving forward, for future research, it's recommended that online retailers and marketers should improve and implement in e-commerce online safety securities, along to boost up their information technology infrastructure throughout society, since the perceived risk is negatively correlated to online spending behavior. So I've listed out these 4 acts, 4 consumers acts, which both party plays a part, which retailer and marketers have to know the acts on how are they going to make sure that the consumer feels safe when they are shopping online. And on top of that, for the consumer side, they have to know in terms of safety, financial security, whether which platform that is considered as a scam or whether it is safe to purchase, right? So moving forward, the use of closed-end inquiries in this survey, owing to time constraint, a cross-sectional approach can be used in this research, as well as the possibility of biased and inaccurate data collection are some of the limitations in this research. So I've recommended that for future researchers are advised to conduct, like for example, a face-to-face interview using an open-ended questions by actually throwing up questions related to Big 5 personality traits. And if you want to know more regarding the daily needs, you also can throw some of Maslow theory hierarchy, right? And also using a longitude study design and decrease the number of questionnaire items, which actually, because if people see there's a lot of items in the questionnaire, they also just randomly fill up. So there could be a bias in between. So I think that's all for my presentation. So I'll leave it to the Q&A session. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Maxine, I will take a look at my sampling.
Oh, sorry.
Sampling method. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I not open my mic. Okay, so thank you so much, Lilin Tan. Any question from the floor? If not, I have one question here. What is the contribution of this study?
The conclusion of this study is that because I have 4 independent variables, so I just want to know that, so the research is more focusing on whether these 4 independent variables, are they very significant to the online spending behavior based on Generation Z consumers, and especially in Malaysia, because there's a lot of research that I've actually came across. They are not Gen Z, for example, first and foremost, and even if they are in Gen Z, they are in different countries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you are doing this master or PhD?
Sorry?
You are this study is about your master or your degree, your PhD?
This is for my masters.
Oh, masters. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So good luck. Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
Miss
you.
Lilin Tan. Okay. Next, we proceed to the third presenter here, Mr. Jason Z. Hao Kong. With the topic here, factors influencing white-collar employees' performance in Singapore's financial sector. Okay, so up to you,
Okay.
Mr. Jason.
Hi. Let me share my PowerPoint now. One moment. Can everybody see my screen?
Okay.
Okay. So good afternoon, my fellow friends and doctor and professor, everybody here today. So today I'll be presenting my article, which is titled Factors Influencing the White-Collar Employee Performance in Singapore's Financial Sector. Okay, my name is Jason Kong, and the co-author for my article is none other than Dr. Cheng Kaiwa. Without further ado, let's get started. Okay, firstly, with the introduction. So it's quite lengthy. So in the year 2022, CNBC has reported that 50.5 million people quitted their jobs. So this broke the record which was set in 2021 for 47 million people. By zooming into the Southeast Asia, Singapore recorded the highest attrition rate, which is aka known as throw letter. Okay, so in the whole Southeast Asia in 2022, Singapore recorded the highest attrition rate. As all business owners should know, the most valuable asset to a company is its people. So job security, salary, and leadership are the main contributors when employees are making decisions for their career. Going further on, research has shown that positive leadership style is the key factor, and 51% of people have resigned due to poor leadership. Leadership styles not only influence the white-collar employee performance, but they also impact the consumer empowerment, as empowered employees will be better equipped to meet and exceed the consumer expectations. Next is the research objective. So the research objectives are mainly to evaluate the levels of various leadership traits in Singapore financial sector and to investigate how these leadership traits impact the white-collar employees' performance. And lastly is to determine which leadership trait most significantly influences the white-collar employee performance. Next, this is my conceptual framework. As you can see, there are 7 independent variables, which are idealized influence, inspirational motivation, intellectual stimulation, individualized consideration, and this is captured under the transformational theory. And then moving on, we have contingent rewards and management by exception, which is categorized under the transactional leadership theory. And lastly, which is free rein under the laissez-faire theory. So as you can see, there is 7 independent variables, and these 7 independent variables were derived from the 3 leadership theories. Next, I'll do a quick literature review on what is transformational leadership theory. Transformational leadership theory strives to combine the best characteristics of other leadership types. They tend to demonstrate great creativity, compassion, and a clear vision of where the organization is headed. It's a type of leadership that makes sense for today's booming world. Next, transactional leadership theory. Transactional leadership is the process of appealing to the employee needs to increase their motivation, such as contingent rewards, which are incentives that is earned after the completion of a task to stimulate the motivation of the employee. Management by exception occurs when managers intervene only when organizational performance is affected. Next, the laissez-faire leadership theory. It is a behavior in which the leader abdicates, which is known as task delegation, which this is empowers the employee to make decisions beyond their scope. This leadership style is often deemed not good, as there's not much of leadership involved. This leadership style is only effective for employees who can work independently and use their creative thinking skills. Okay, so for the methodology, the research design is to collect data using survey questionnaires. Correlation study will then be done to determine the strength of the 7 independent variables to the dependent variable. So the advantages of questionnaire is that the fact we can reach a relatively large scale of people, both in remote and scattered locations. So the population chosen is the white-collar employees, as said in the introduction just now. As research studies shown that 2/3 of Singaporeans will be in a white-collar jobs by 2030, making this article more useful and future-proof. And why Singapore is chosen is because they have the highest turnover rate in the whole Southeast Asia, which was discussed during the introduction. So the population in Singapore is 5.98 million. By putting that into Yamane's sample size calculator, we can get 400 as a sampling size. So I distributed 400 questionnaires. Okay, so section A of my survey will be to capture the demographic profile of the respondents. Section A2 will be on general questions such as their knowledge on leadership styles on their employee performance. Section B to H will be regarding the independent variables on the employee's performance, which is my IV on the DV. For the last section, it will be on measuring the dependent variable of this research, which is the white-collar employee performance. All the independent variables and dependent variables mentioned will be measured using the 5-point Likert scale, ranging from 1, which is strongly disagree, to 5, strongly agree. Okay, so the sampling technique that I employ is the multi-stage sampling technique and purposive sampling technique in the selection of the respondents. So for stage 1, Singapore has been chosen using the purposive sampling method. Stage 2, I use the stratified random sampling method to determine the targeted respondents of each area. So stage 3 is the systematic sampling method, where a random starting point is chosen, and in every count of 10 questionnaires is conducted until the target number of respondents is reached for that area. So the benefit for using this sampling technique is that it's generally more accurate than using, for example, cluster sampling. Yeah. Okay. So the data analysis. So I will evaluate the levels of my independent variables using descriptive analysis, such as frequency distribution, the maximum value, the mean value, etc. and etc. So the relationship of my independent variables on dependent variables will be done using the Pearson correlation statistical test. And for the strongest independent variable, it will be determined using the multiple regression analysis. Okay, so moving on to the findings. The findings for my survey was that most of them has been working in the company for 4 to 6 years and in the same industry for 4 to 6 years. So among these 400 respondents, 199 of them, which is almost half of them, rated that leadership style is extremely important towards their employee performance. Okay, overall, the respondents rated that their leader demonstrated high levels of transformational theory, as they rated the high levels for idealized influence, which is categorized under transformational leadership theory. So as we can see, idealized influence was the highest levels. Next, research objective 2 is done using the Pearson correlation. So from my survey results, overall, most of the white-collar employees, to put a number, 332, which amounts to 83% of them who took part in the survey, demonstrated that they are in the moderate levels of employee performance. So they meet the standards and do what is expected of them. Among the 7 independent variables, management by exception was rejected due to the fact that the p-value is above the threshold. So according to this table, idealized influence has the highest R value of 0.393, followed by intellectual stimulation with 0.375, and lastly, contingent rewards. So according to Cohen, these 3 factors are categorized as moderate degrees of relationship with white-collar employee performance. Research objective 3 was done using multiple regression. So from the table, the total variance can be explained by the adjusted R-square value of 0.457, which means that 45.7% of the variation can be explained by the independent variables shown here. So the highest beta coefficient came from idealized influence again, with a coefficient of 0.143, which shows that it is the strongest predictor for white-collar employees' performance. Okay, moving on to the research implications. So depending on the nature of the sector, various organizations employ a variety of leadership theories. So the leadership style a leader uses depends on the circumstances they are in. So free rein is often viewed as a negative form of leadership, as there is no form of leadership involved. However, it depends on the scenario. Based on this research, I had some interesting results, as this research shows that free rein under the laser sphere leadership theory is also able to achieve and positively influence the employee's performance. According to the study's finding, each of the 3 theories of leadership has a unique value in terms of raising the employee's performance, and once again proven that transformational theory is the better leadership among these 3, as the highest predictor belongs to this theory. Lastly, the conclusion. So idealized influence under the transformational leadership theory has the highest levels and highest degree of relationship with my dependent variable, which is the white collar employee performance. So leaders and managers should take this article as a reference to continuously improve themselves and bring the company to higher standards. Lastly, I would like to give some recommendations for the future research. So survey measurements are subjected to potential biases and misinterpretations. So employees may overestimate variable mean values, such as strengthening the link between the independent and dependent variables. So future research may be done on the same model, but by including more leadership theories, such as modeling and also modeling factors like emotional intelligence. So in future, they can also employ longitudinal research, random sampling method, and dependable data gathering methods can all help to improve this model's viability. So in order to better understand this phenomena, future research may also concentrate on a wider geographic area and examine the validity and reliability of the variables to different research locations. And with that, I would like to thank you, the fellow listeners, my fellow co-author, Dr. Cheng, and thank you, INTI and MACFEA, for providing the stage to present. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Jason Z. Halcom. Okay, I open this session for Q&A. Any question? Okay, I have one question, Jason.
Okay, sure.
Okay,
Sure,
according to your result, MLR result, 45 point
Yes.
something percent just now, 45.7 45.7%,
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Okay. Is there any factors that will influence instead of 7 factors that you are using in your study?
Sorry, I don't quite get the question.
Is there any factors? Now you have only 45.7%, right? Based on your
Correct, okay.
studies here, based on 7 factors in your study. So do you
Correct.
think any factors can be in this your study instead of 7
Okay.
factors there?
So 45.75% means that it can be explained by the independent variables here, right? So if you
Yeah.
look on the other hand, it means that 54.3% can be explained by other factors, right? So let me share again. So in the introduction, I showed that during job career thinking, the employees tend to think about leadership style as one of the key factor, but there are also two main key factors here, which is the job security. So if you don't have job security, definitely you will look for a job tomorrow, right? And most importantly, we all work for money, right? So job security, salary, and leadership style are the three main contributors to this research. So I can say that the 54% remaining belongs to job security and salary.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Thank you. There's no
Thank you,
question,
Doctor.
All right.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much, Jason. All right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
next, our fourth presenter will be Miss E. Shan Tan, with the topic here, factors influencing green product purchase intention among adult consumers in Selangor, Malaysia. Okay, goes to you, Miss E. Shan Tan.
Hi,
Ishan?
good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Let me just give me a second. Let me just share my screen right now. Let me know if you can see my screen. Can everyone see my screen? All right,
Okay.
then I should start now. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Tanishan, and today I'm going to present factors that influencing green product purchase intention among adult consumer in Selangor, Malaysia. So I go to the introduction first. As we know that currently the green purchase product is a hot topic in all the society and is actually growing awareness among the society to discuss about this topic because all the consumer are more aware on negative effect on the consumption of the products. So we can see that the government also putting in effort in creating eco-labeling for actually purchase goods that are recognized internationally. So we can know that more than 3,000 goods and services has been added into My Hijau directory. And it's not only the products, our eco-labeling effort also being expanding in the numbers of industry, including water, energy, agriculture, and manufacturing, and also service. Although the Malaysian government has made investment into like those campaign project on My Hijau directory, but knowledge of our consumer attitudes towards environmental friendly greens products is not highly developed. And actually the actual purchase is still low. We can see that only 30% of consumer that have environmental concern, only 30% of them are making an effort into incorporate these concern into their actual purchasing decision. So these are my research objective. So my three main research objective is actually explore the current scenario of the green product purchase intention among consumer in Malaysia, especially in Selangor, and also to investigate the relationship between my IV and DV, and also to find out what is the most dominant predictors that influencing consumer green product purchase intention. Okay, coming up with my conceptual framework, we have attitude, subjective norm, perceived behavioral control, environmental consciousness, and also willingness to pay as my IV. My DV is a green product purchase intention that I carry out by theory of planned behavior. So my research are carried out by using questionnaire, and my targeted population is 400 adult consumers in Selangor, which are included 9 districts. And my sampling technique will be I'll be used actually multi-stage sampling method. And in my questionnaire and survey, it divide by 7 sections, which include respondent particulars, general question, and also my IV and DV attitude, subjective norm, perceived behavioral control, environmental consciousness, and willingness to pay. So this is my research finding. You can notice that actually most of the participants, I can say up to 99.5%, actually have experience in green product purchase before. And most of the item they have purchased is actually organic food. Also come further with, we have other things like greens, cosmetic, eco-friendly laundry detergent, green products, clothes, furniture, electric. But most of them are actually purchase organic food. And 82.75% of our participant feels that green product purchase is actually important, and the frequency they purchase a product is once in the past 6 months. So for the next research finding, using Pearson correlation to find out the relationship between the IV and also green product purchase intention, we can see that perceived behavioral control is have the highest R value in this result, and continue with attitude and other IV. And the next will be the multiple regression analysis to find out the most dominant predictor. So from this result, we can see that perceived behavioral control has the most significant influence, especially on the green product purchase intention. So here's come the conclusion for the research implication. So marketer should raise environmental consciousness through implementing like campaign, especially we have all sort of media, like we can actually have a lot of information just in our phone. So marketers can actually raise the awareness in campaign. And I can see that a lot of marketers are doing that right now because consumer has a lot more the ideals of green products like better than 10 years ago, and businesses and organizations should exhibit their corporate social responsibility by using a green practice in their production, generating goods that has been produced in a way that is ecological friendly. So this research is actually anticipated to help the non-governmental organization and voluntary entities to establish a good and trustworthy data collection with regards to their intention to purchase green product. That's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss E. Shenton. Sorry. Any question from the floor? Ishan, you said this is in Selangor. So which area of the Selangor you're sampling here?
I actually have 9 districts. Let me just show you. I have the full name here. We have Sabak Benam, Kuala Selangor, Hulu, Selangor, Petaling Jaya, Klang, Kuala Langgar, and Hulu Langgar and Sepang.
Okay. Based on your MLR results, what is the R value there? R square value? Or adjusted R square that you get from this analysis?
Oh, sorry, I didn't include in here. Yeah, I need to read back my paper. I should include it next time.
Okay. So most of the factors here influence your green product purchase intention here.
Yes.
All of the IVs influence your result.
Influence, yes.
Yeah. Okay, good. Okay, so thank you so much, Miss Ishan.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
All right. Bye. Okay, so we move to the next presenter, Miss Zi Pong, with the topic here, factors influencing intention to purchase enriched eggs among working adult consumers in Johor, Malaysia. Okay.
Let me share my slide. Can you see my slide?
Cannot.
Okay, I will start now. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bong Zi. Today, I'm presenting my research on the factors influencing intention to purchase enriched eggs among working adults consumers in Johor, Malaysia. So let's start with the introduction. Enriched eggs are those eggs whose nutritional profile has been enhanced, which include omega-3 enriched eggs and selenium enriched eggs. So functional food like enriched eggs can help to reduce the risk of chronic diseases and help to improve our overall health. So in Malaysia, non-communicable diseases like diabetes, hypertension, and high cholesterol are on the rise, and diet quality is closely linked to these issues. Currently, Malaysians consume approximately 27 to 28 million eggs per day. However, enriched eggs make up only 10% of the consumption, and relatively limited information is known on the factors that influence the consumer intention to purchase enriched eggs. Thus, there is a gap for us to prompt this study. This study has 4 main objectives. First is to explore the current scenarios of intention to purchase enriched eggs among working adult consumers in Johor. And then second is to evaluate the levels of the 5 IV and 1 DV among the respondents. Third, to investigate the relationships between the IV with the DV. And lastly is to determine the most dominant predictor which influence the DV. So this study is based on a theory of 10 behavior, which examines attitudes, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control as the key predictors of behavior intention. 2 variables are added into the framework, which are health consciousness and consumer knowledge. So these factors combined can help us understand the motivations behind intention to purchase enriched eggs more comprehensively. This study used a quantitative approach with a sample of 400 working adults across 3 major districts in Johor. So multi-stage sampling method and purposive sampling method are employed in selecting the respondents in the present study. In the first stage, Johor has been purposely selected due to its own special criteria as one of the largest egg-producing state in Malaysia. And then in the second stage, 3 districts in Johor has been ascertained and identified, which is Johor Bahru, Kluang, and Muar. In the third stage, the purposive sampling method is employed, which only working adults were targeted. This study used a structured questionnaire to collect the data on each variable. The questionnaire consists of 8 sections. Section A1 is on the respondents' particulars. Section A2 is some general questions on intention to purchase enriched eggs. Section B, C, D, E, F comprises of item to measure the IV. And then lastly, section G will measure the DV, respondents' intention to purchase enriched eggs. So the findings of the first objective show that majority, 40.3% of the respondents, purchase functional food once a week, but purchase enriched egg less than once a week. And it is worth noting that approximately 3/4 of the respondents, 73.8%, heard enriched eggs before and believe the benefit of enriched eggs. And there are more than half of the respondents think that enriched eggs are more expensive than the traditional eggs. For objective 2, the result of the descriptive analysis showed that overall, a large group of Johor respondents, 67.5%, perceive a high level of intention to purchase enriched eggs. And then the assessment of the overall factors influencing their intention to purchase enriched eggs indicated that 77.5% of them recognized that they had a favorable attitude towards the DV. Most notably, the result reveals that 79.3% of Johor respondents were highly influenced by perceived behavioral control. And majority, 85.5% of them, has high level of health conscious, high level of consumer knowledge, but moderate level of subjective knowledge. Hypothesis result for the objective 3 was done by Pearson correlation test. The result indicated that all the IV were significantly associated with the intention to purchase enriched eggs. All of these IV had a positive, significant relationship with the DV, with significant level P equal or less than 0.01. Based on the finding of multiple regression analysis, the value of the variance indicated that 62.8% of the variance for enriched eggs purchasing intention can be explained by the 5 IV. There were total 3 predictors for intention to purchase enriched eggs, which were attitude, subjective norm, and health consciousness. The results show that attitude appeared to be the strongest predictor for DV, then followed by health consciousness, and lastly, subjective norm. Several research implications have been generated by the findings of the present study. For policymakers, a policy that promotes better nutritional labeling on enriched eggs should be developed to encourage healthier dietary choices. For marketers, emphasizing enriched eggs value in terms of health benefit and nutritional knowledge could increase their appeal to health-conscious consumers. And lastly, local consumers also get to know more about the health benefits of enriched eggs through the research. So in conclusion, this study provides new insights into consumer behavior around enriched eggs in Johor, Malaysia. Future studies could extend beyond Johor and investigate actual purchasing behaviors to validate and build upon these findings. That's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Zibong. All right, so what is your contribution actually through this study?
Because previously there are studies related to functional food in Malaysia, but actually they are looking into other food contexts like winning food and red palm oil and some general functional food, but they are not looking into enriched eggs. So I think I can, my study can fill this research gap.
How about the literature review? Is it you can get a lot of the literature review about this topic?
In Malaysia, cannot. Usually, they are not looking into this enriched egg so much at the moment. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much, Miss Izzy.
Thank you, Doctor.
All right, welcome. Okay, next we move to the next presenter, Mr. Tong Jiamin. The topic is evaluating the influence of environmental, social, and governance integration on employee engagement in Malaysia's SMT industry. Okay, goes to you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to share my screen. A moment. You see my slide in full.
Okay, you can proceed.
You
I cannot see from my laptop. Anybody from this floor? You can see?
Really? Let me share again. Can you see my slide now in full?
Okay. You can proceed.
Okay, in full screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tong Jiamin, and
Sorry. Can you share again? Are you
Uh,
using the second monitor?
Yep. Yes.
You during the share use to share the second one, not using the first one. The second screen. Share. They have a two option, right? At the screen. You choose the right one. The second screen.
Can you see it now?
Right now, I see your teams. Okay. Perfect.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Yep. Sorry for that. All right. So let me continue. I will be presenting the article title of Evaluating the Influence of Environmental, Social, and Governance. It also called ESG, Integration on Employee Engagement in Malaysia's SMT industry. So let's move into the introductions first. Well, the growing importance of ESG practice, particularly within Malaysia, as surface mount technology is also called SMT industrial. ESG has become a key driver of long-term corporate sustainability globally, which increasing pressure from not only government, investor, and also their consumer for business to operate more responsibly. So in Malaysia itself, the government has introduced a lot of initiatives to boost up the implementation of ESG. For example, Bursa Malaysia enhanced the sustainability reporting framework to enforce all listed companies must publish their sustainability report yearly. And from 2024 budget, we can also see that our government trying to prioritize sustainability growth and also carbon neutrality by 2050. So from here, company invest a lot of money, especially those MNC company, which is those multi-national corporation. They invest a lot of money in ESG initiative. Well, from here we can see that there are a lot of MNC company, for example, like JBL, Seminar, and Blacksus. They are actually leading these ESG adoptions, driving a positive change in Malaysia SMT industry through their knowledge transfer and also technology sharing from overseas. So, from employee engagement perspective, there are a lot of research showing that ESG practices and also employee engagement, for example, productivity, satisfaction, and organization success, they have a positive relationship. But we seldom see researchers do the research on a specific sector, especially SMT industry. So large firms such as those MNC, they have the resources, they have money to invest into advanced ESG. But how about those small firms that struggles with resources to implement ESG? So the research focus for today is to investigate the relationship with ESG practices and employee engagement in Malaysia SMT sector, and also to exploring the key drivers for improving engagement. So the research questions and also research objective, there are only two. First one is, do environmental, social, and governance practices influence the employee engagement in Malaysia SMT industry or not? And the second one is, among the three practices, which one is the most dominant predictors that influence the employee engagement in SMT, Malaysia SMT industrial? So this is also the research objective. Well, there are a lot of literature review that we can search from previous research and also article. There are a lot of studies about the ESG practice towards the SMT industrial employee engagement, and also the CSR theory. But we seldom find any specific research that only studies the ESG initiative together with SMT industrial. Well, from here, we can identify the four main variables, which is the environmental, social, and government practice, same as well as the employee engagements as the key four variables into these studies. And the methodology that I'm using for this research will be the sampling technique, will be the non-probability sampling technique, which quantitative research design to explore the impact of ESG interpretations on employee engagement in Malaysia SMT industry. G-power analysis is using in this research. Well, any individual that is working under the SMT sectors, they are qualified to do the survey as a part of the sampling. And also the minimum sampling size for this research based on G-power analysis is actually 107 respondents. Well, through online survey, which is Google form, I had distributed out the survey, the questionnaire to all the employees that surrounding in the industrial area, which fall under SMT industry, and at the end, 110 respondents will be collected. So basically, there are three sections for this questionnaire. Demographic information as the first sections, followed by the ESG integration and also employee engagement. So 5 analysis methods or tests will be using to analyze the data, which is descriptive analysis, reliability test, multi-core linearity, correlation analysis, multiple regression analysis as well. Well, this is the result and discussion. From demographic profile respondents, we can see that most of the respondents is actually female, and their age is fall under 21 to 30 years old, which is very young. And most of them are from the marketing and sales departments. They are all, majority of them is working in the big company, which is more than 500 employee in the company size. And majority of them is holding the bachelor degree holder, and their year experience in the company is 4 to 6 years. Which means they have 4 to 6 years experience in SMT industry as well. Well, when we look into the data analysis by using the 5 methods, the reliability analysis shows that all variable had a combo alpha value above 0.7, which means it is indicating a strong internal consistency in this sampling. And the multi-core linearity test also shows that there is no issue, which all the various inflation factor, which is VIF, is below 5, which further confirming the validity of the regression model. Well, next, if you look into the Pearson correlation analysis, it shows a positive relationship in between the 3 ESG components, which is the environmental, social, and governance practice, and also employee engagement, where governance and also social practice showing the strongest correlation, which is 0.577 over here. Well, if you look into the multi-regression analysis, the model explained that only 37% of the wearers in employee engagement were governance practice being the only significant predictors, while environmental and social practice, they have a positively correlation with employee engagement, but they are not significant predictors. So from here, what we can see is that the 3 hypotheses from here, environmental and social practice have a positive impact on employee engagement in Malaysia. SMT industry is actually being rejected. So only government practices having a positive impact on employee engagement in SMT industry only. Okay, so let's come to the conclusion. These studies actually highlight the critical role that government practices play an important role in employee engagement, specifically within the Malaysia surface mouth industry, which is SMT industry. Well, governance emerges as the strongest predictor of employee engagement, which answered the research question and also the 2 research question objective, which compared to environmental and social practices as the influence. Well, the key government practice, ethical leadership, transparency, and also including accountability, they serve to foster trust and also commitment among the employees. So all these elements is actually very important and also essential to build a culture where employee feel secure and also valued, that indirectly contribute to a higher level of engagement in this case. So besides that, the finding also addressed that the gaps in CSR theory, which has traditionally people will emphasize that environmental and social dimension in CSR, but from here we can say that government practice should also being considered in the CSR theories. So the studies also trying to reinforce the CSR theory, assertion, and also sustainability, including ethical business practices, which are critical to build long-term trust and also value with stakeholder. And it become clear that government focused CSR strategy are especially in the SMT industry, where precision and also transparency is highly focused in SMT industry. It is more necessity. Okay, this will be my last slides. Well, there are some recommendation and also limitation that I would like to bring up here. Well, practical recommendation from this finding, we can say that companies should enhance the ethical leadership, transparency, and compliance to build employee trust and also commitment. Well, a comprehensive of CSR approach that prioritize governance can also meet employee expectation, align with global standards, and also improve performance. Well, of course, there are a few limitations that can find in this research, which is a very common one, which is the cross-sectional design, self-responded data bias, and also multiple data source that could be improved in the future. And similar to the rest of the some of the presenter saying just now, for future research suggestions, longitudinal studies would be advised also to observe the progressive influence of ESG practice over time on employee engagement. And last but not least, combine survey with organization metrics or third-party evaluation can also be provided to contribute a more accurate understanding and also data regarding to the ESG impact. So yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Miss Tong Jiamin. Yeah, with good presentation here.
Thank you.
Okay, any question from the audience or from the floors? No question. Okay, Jamin, since by using your G power here, there's only 107, your sample size here.
Yes.
What is the population actually under SMT industries here?
Well, I would say we couldn't find any data for this. Yeah.
Oh, so you couldn't find, so how about you get the through G power, is it?
We couldn't find any exact number for the employees that fall under these SMT sectors, but SMT is actually one of the sectors fall under E&E industrial, which is electronic and electrical and industrial. So we follow the major, which is Malaysia E&E industry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because 107 is quite low in terms of the sample size, right?
Yeah, but because of there's only 3 variables over here, so so by using the size of 0.15 and also significant level of 0.05, G power suggests to use 107 as the respondents numbers only. But in fact, I actually try to collect more than this number.
Okay. All right. So thank you so much, Miss
Thank
Jamin.
you.
All right, welcome. Okay, next we proceed to Dr. McZinty. The topic here is the intention to adopt radio frequency identification, RFID toll system among Malaysian drivers. Okay.
Yes.
Doctor can proceed.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zuroni. So today this one is my colleague's students' thesis for the bachelor degrees. So we amend a bit, try to edit because the data is quite meaningful, and then the students, they collect quite a lot of data. So we amend and then we submit for the conference. So we try to study on the intention to adopt radio frequency identification toll system among Malaysian driver. So let's look at it. And yeah, we know that now because of the rapid development of the highway, so and then we have a densely populated cities around the world. So that's why now lots countries are using ETC system based on RFID. So even same goes to Malaysia. So we are using a RFID system, and it basically based on the RFID tag. So which just you scanned by the reader, RFID reader, so we no need to really stop at the toll booth and then minimize the needs for manual toll collection or using the cards like Touch and Go or Smart Tag, because of those you need to take out and then to scan. But this one you can just directly scan by the RFID reader one while pass through the toll booth. So the problem statement here, so the first is because of the high demand for the transportation, the heavy traffic congestion at toll booths, especially in KL and Selangor area. So but even though this country already implemented a RFID toll system, we still receiving inconsistent responses from the society. So they have different perception on this RFID use, because sometimes they feel like it is not so sensitive to detect while they pass through the toll booth, or because of the extreme weather condition in Malaysia will affect the RFID chips. So that's why we try to study on this. And this is the research objective, to explore the relationships between these factors: time saving, trust, ease of use, usefulness, and quality of RFID system, and the intention of Malaysians to adopt RFID toll system. So these are the literature review. So ease of use basically is the perception of the users, whether this particular technology is easy to learn, easy to use or not. So definitely for RFID system, this is very easy to use because you no need to have another device. You just stick the RFID tag on your car. Okay, and then the second is a perceived usefulness, whether the individuals feel that this is useful or not. So for our RFID system, definitely is useful to make payment at the toll booth because they no need to completely stop at the toll booth. Okay, so the RFID reader will get the signal. And the third one is a time saving. Yes, okay, this is what we want to study on it because based on the statistic, it says that RFID toll system can clear up to 1,000 vehicles per hour, which if we compare to touch and go card, only can clear about half of it, so per hour. So that's why time saving is one of the advantage. And then the next one is a trust as the independent variable. So whether the individuals, they trust this system or not. For example, like, is there any payment risk? Because they will link this, right, RFID system to their e-wallet. And the fifth one is the quality. So of course, if we talk about the quality of RFID sticker, so whether it can last long or not, because sometimes maybe the individuals, they feel that they will start at the top booth and then the RFID reader cannot read the sticker because the quality is not enough. So that's why we want to study all these independent variables. So the theory here we are using is theory of acceptance. And these are the 5 variables. You try to study on it, and then to the dependent variable. So whether the individuals, they have the intention to adopt RFID toll system or not. So this is the methodology. So we are looking at quantitative research. So by using question and survey to collect the respondents, these opinions. So the sample size, we try to study those individuals from KL and Selangor area because these two areas, right, have most of the these toll booth there. And then, of course, we have to study on those individuals who have a driving license. So this is the criterion. Then we are using non-probability convenience sampling while do the data collection for time and cost saving. So before we do the data collection, we are doing pilot tests, and then the combat alpha shows, yes, okay, it is reliable. Okay, the measurement items are reliable. So for our measurement items, we adapted the items from all these sources. We are using 5-point Likert scale. And for the data collection part, we are using online questionnaire, which is Google Form platform. And we collected 500 responses. So from these 500 responses, 369 responses are from KL and 131 responses are from Selangor. So for the data analysis part, we are using SPSS. So we try to do some this analysis, but in the presentation, I highlight these 3 analyses. And yep, the reliability tests of those measurement items for the variables, they are reliable by having the Chrombat alpha values more than 0.7. And the next, we are looking at multicollinearity analysis and all these construct, okay, IVs. So they have a VIF value lower than 3.3. So it shows that these independent variables, they are independent from each other. And we have the Pearson correlation analysis. So this one, we try to look at the correlation between the IV and DV. So we can see like the time saving, trust, ease of use, usefulness, quality, all these. And then the correlation with the DV, intention to adopt RFID toll system. So we can see here all of the values are between 0.3 and 0.7. So we say that yes, okay, they have the direct correlation, this relationship. So for the multiple regression analysis, So we can look at this Durbin-Watson value, so which is 1.911, so which is near to 2, is considered statistically significant for this model. And then for if you want to look at the hypothesis, so for those t-value greater than 1.96, p-value lower than 0.05 indicates a significance for this relationship. So if we can look at this, actually only a 1, which is not significant, okay, which is the ease of use, okay, because of the t-value and this p-value. So this is the results. So we can see one, okay, this one is rejected. So perceived ease of use doesn't have the relationship with the intention to adopt RFID toll system among Malaysians driver across KL and Selangor. So the others hypotheses are supported. So only this perceived ease of use is rejected. Means that perceived ease of use didn't affect the individuals to adopt this RFID toll system. But the others independent variables, they are important factors to influence whether Malaysian drivers across KL and Selangor want to use RFID toll system or not. So the conclusion here, so we say that this research focuses on studying the intention of utilizing RFID because since Malaysians, our country already implemented this system, so we try to utilize it. It brings more advantages. Okay, so we targeting on the Malaysian drivers across KL and Selangor in Malaysia. So there are 4 factors which are positively affect the intention to adopt RFID toll system: perceived usefulness, time saving, trust, and quality. But perceived ease of use does not significantly influence the intention. So that's why maybe one of the reasons is actually now people are very technology savvy, right? So RFID system basically is just like RFID sticker to stick on the car, and then we have linked this RFID to our e-wallet application without any need for the third-party device. So that's why it is easy, and then people now is more technological savvy. So that's why this is possible reasons that we can find maybe this is the that's why this hypothesis is not supported. And then a conclusion here. So we say that the relevant authority should concentrate on those factors that are significant to enhance the services based on just the 4 factors that we have seen. So we try to provide hassle-free to the drivers to utilize what we have, right? The technologies now that which is the RFID system, to let the people to have easier way to commute in their daily travel. So of course the relevant authority have to make sure that the stability there. Okay, so to for the individuals to experience hassle-free toll payment. So for the future studies, we can consider other impacts. What are those other factors that will affect the individuals to adopt this system? Because if we base on just now the multiple regression analysis, so we can see that based on the percentage, there are other factors that we haven't discovered. So that's why this is the recommendation for future studies. So that's all, okay, for this. And yeah, sorry about the template because I made this quite earlier and then you have time to amend the template, but I try to put in all the logo in. So any question?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zinti. Any question from the floor? Doctor, can you go to the slide result? The result slide.
Okay.
I thought they have 2. It's not significant. 2 variables.
Okay. Oh, you mean this one?
The first hypothesis?
Yeah. Okay, so I will try to check again for this one because so far I won't have the data with me. So that's why I based on the manuscript my colleague sent to me. But I will try to analyze again, check about it.
Okay. Okay, never mind. Okay, so from here, what is the contribution, Dr. T, Mr. T, Dr. T,
Yep.
sorry.
Okay, so we try to utilize the technology we have now because based on the observation and based on the earlier researchers also mentioned that yes, we have the technology, but we are not utilizing it. So the right individuals still stick with what we already get used to. For example, like the touch and go, the smart tech. But even smart tech also not much people are using it. So we are using the manual way to pass through the two both. So that's why since we have the system, so we should utilize it. So this is the main contribution because we want to know why the people they do want to utilize the system we have. What are the factors that affect their intention to use it?
Okay, all right. Okay, so thank you, Dr. T. We will meet
Yep,
again.
no problem.
All right. Okay, so we might have the last presenter here, Mr. Suhaimi Amran. Yeah. The
You can
topic
stop
here.
my sharing. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr.
Thank
T.
you.
Okay, digital transformation challenges faced by entrepreneurs with disabilities. A preliminary study. Okay, Suhaimi, Mr. Suhaimi, you can proceed.
Okay. You guys nampak see my slides?
Okay.
Thank you, Doctor, for allowing me to fasten my slot time. Okay. So before that, I would like to apologize because right now I got sore throat. So if I cough a lot, minta maaf awal. I try my best to not cough a lot. Okay, let's start. In our rapid digitalization world, technology holds unprecedented potential for inclusion and also empowerment. Yet, for many entrepreneurs with disability, digital transformation presents both opportunities and also significant barriers. This study delved into the unique challenges these entrepreneurs face, revealing insight that not only inform policy and support mechanism, but also inspire action towards a more inclusive digital landscape. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Thank you, Dr. Zuroni, for having me here, and thank you all for having me here. Let me introduce the name of the co-authors. So we have Prof. Amran, and then followed by Dr. Imelda, and also followed by Dr. Sylvie, and me, Suhaimi Amran, and also Dr. Lim. My name is Suhaimi Amran, and I am the presenter for this topic. All right. So let's move on for the introduction. So we know that now it is a digital era. So the rapid development of digital era has opened up a new prospect, especially in business. So while digital advancement have transformed all opportunities for many, entrepreneurs with disabilities still continue to face unique challenges. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted and intensified these challenges as the shift towards digital commons accelerate. And also, if you look at in a different perspective, we got opportunities and also challenges. So from a prospect way, we know that the emergence of digital platform has been a game changer, potentially offering EWDS greater accessibility and also success. But if you look at the challenges side, despite this advancement, many barriers still remains. For entrepreneurs with disabilities, navigating new digital system can be complex and also require robust support in digital and business literacy. So the key area that we have to focus on is actually in the digital skills and also leadership development, which emphasize on building leadership skills within digital spaces to empower entrepreneurs with disabilities, and also programs focus on financial literacy, which are essential to help these EWDS manage and grow their digital businesses effectively. So the things that we can see that the number 2 is the stereotypes. Okay, how do we overcome the stereotypes which from a digital transformation must be coupled with effort to dismantle stereotype and also eradicate social barriers that hinders EWDS progress. Alright, so for the policy supports in Malaysia, role and policy inclusivity, in Malaysia we got this one act, we call it PWDA, PWA, which is a Person with Disabilities Act 2008, which the aim is to provide equal opportunities and also promote inclusivity for EWDS. This act reinforces the importance of improving EWDS quality of life, protecting their rights and also fostering a caring society that encourage full digital participation. For the conclusion, basically look at, if you guys refer for the the figure on the right, figure 1, it is a registration of PWDS, person with disability, according to the types of disability in Malaysia, using Department of Social Welfare Statistic Report 2022. We can see that out of these 7 disabilities, physical, learning, visual, mental, hearing, multiple, and also speech, the learning disability is considered highest, followed by physical. Okay, now for the literature review. Sorry. So EWDS challenges. The life of disabilities presents unique, and also it also widespread a lot of in terms of dia punya apa tu life as a person with disability presents unique and also often overwhelming challenges impacting individual and their families. So society worldwide, children with disability can experience 2 extremes. They may either face exclusion and isolation, or to be given education and support to unlock their potential. From a psychosocial and also socio-economic challenges, studies reveals that parents, particularly mothers of children with disabilities, frequent experience heightened stress, depression, social isolation, compound with lack of financial resource and accessibility services. In Malaysia, socio-economic factors significantly affect the economic burden of family of children with disabilities, which facing a lot of stigma, limited support, and also social isolation. So if we look at the systemic barriers and also stereotypes, EWDS often encounter a lot of obstacles, discrimination, stereotypes from the society, and also maybe from potential business partners and also investors. So this common prejudice hinders EWDS who have faced stigma about their productivity and also capability as they navigate and compete in the business landscape. Malaysian person with disability encounter stereotypes limiting them to specific professions which restrict their entrepreneurial freedom and also innovation. So the thing that I want to highlight is actually the impact on the early technological exposure. Okay, so early exposure to digital technologies is linked to cognitive growth and also adaptive skills, providing a foundation for future engagement with digital transformation. However, unfavorable early experience can also lead to techno-stress, which a reluctance to engage with technology out of fear or failure, with EWDS often burdened by stereotypes about their tech skill. So if we look at infrastructure and also accessibility issue, EWDS face critical challenges related to physical infrastructure and also accessibility in digital platform, often lacking the resources and also funding to access assistive technologies or reliable internet. Assistive technologies, which is often costly and also incompatible with existing digital platform, creates further barriers for these EWDS aiming to use the technology to grow their businesses. Okay, look at from a financial and also network limitation. Funding is a pervasive obstacle which EWDS encountered barriers securing traditional loans, venture capital or investment, often due to a misconception about their capabilities and also business potential. Additionally, limited access to business network mentoring and also affordable, accessible technology hinders EWDS digital integration and also business success. Dependency and stereotyping expectation, which many EWDS relies on government benefit, which can be create dependency cycle and also reduce their incentive to pursue entrepreneurial ventures. This cycle reinforces poverty and also limits EWDS economic advancement, underscoring the needs for support systems that encourage independent, sustainable business growth. So we have to have some sort of inspiration and also global recognition, such as Global Accessibility Awareness Day, which can spotlight for EWDS successes. Like we can see in the US, they have this disabled-owned business celebrated on this GAA, Global Accessibility Awareness Day, highlighting their diverse contribution and inspiring disabled entrepreneurs worldwide. For the methodology, as a preliminary study, this research provides initial insight into the digital transformation challenges faced by entrepreneurs with disability. Conducting a smaller scale study allows my team to identify potential limitations and also challenges before embarking on a larger study. The data collection that we use is actually semi-structured interview, which is because of the flexibility and also adaptability, enabling in-depth exploration. Also, this interview was pure as a pre-test with 5 postgraduate students to ensure content and also pace validity. Probing techniques were utilized to follow up on unexpected responses, allowing researchers to explore unexpected topics. For the sampling and participation, the purposive sampling was applied on 12 EWDS. The criteria that needed is it should be self-identified as entrepreneur with disabilities, engage in entrepreneur activities before and during COVID-19, experience business disruption due to pandemic, and also willing to share their experience on the coping strategies. So on the right is basically thematic coding and also framework development. So for the finding, this is basically the background of EWDS who participated in the interview. We got a number of 12, consists of 6 female and also 6 male. Most were married, 7, and also in the F&B sector got 6 of them. Operated from business from home got 9, and also some studied from secondary school is 7. And if we categorize in terms of disability, we got 4 physical disability and 3 visual disability. So look at the right one. You see it is a thematic analysis which we conducted. This is just a sample of a lot of we found out that 3 teams can be generated. The first one is accessibility to digital tools and platform. The quotes that we found that is from the quotes given by Liz. Social media platforms are easily accessible nowadays. We use IT to reach out to new customers. This is under a code we use as a social media use, which lead to a team called accessibility to the digital tools and platform. Move on to the digital literacy, and also last but not least is the IT financing and also investment challenges. So for the conclusion, this study found that EWDS in Malaysia primarily rely on low-end digital tools, which is social media, to promote their businesses, showing a limited adoption of advanced technology due to skill gaps and also lack of infrastructure. Implication for digital inclusion, findings highlight the importance of enhancing EWDS digital skill and also to address social and also economic disparities, enable equitable access to technology, and also for business growth. So this is the consensual framework referring to the right figure. Last, this is for the recommendation. We agree that we can conclude that actually now we know that the problem is basically because of lack of digital premium platforms. So why not we have some sort of increased affordability and also accessibility of assistive technology and also digital tools tailored to EWDS. Also, we have to have this long-term investment in IT literacy programs to initiate in terms of continuous mentorship. An IT training program with a focus on building advanced skills for sustainable digital engagement. And we also have to have a dedicated financial and also policy support, provide grants, incentive, ongoing support specific to EWDS needs, ensuring their full participation in digital business space. And last is for the future research direction. My team think that we have to have more about this conduct in terms of comparative studies and use advanced methodologies such as mixed method or tracer studies to have a deepened understanding on EWDS challenges in digital landscape. So for the acknowledgement, this paper is a part of funded by Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia under Fundamental Research Grant Scheme. Okay, I would also like to convey appreciation to all 12 LWDS who participate in this study. All right, that is all for me. Thank you very much. I'm open for Q&A.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Suhaimi.
Okay.
Okay, any question from the floor? Last question.
Sorry, Doctor.
Is it your study, Suhaimi, or
This
your
one
friend?
can be said my study because I got a bigger paper one. This is like a preliminary. Okay, by right I did contribute. It's just that not that big compared to the main one. So can be said okay lah, boleh diterima as my paper got my study.
So this study actually at what stages now?
Stages macam mana? Sorry, I don't quite get.
Dia dah berada kat stage mana dah?
Actually, at the end, the paper
Oh, at the
is
end.
now just waiting for Viva.
Oh, why you say a preliminary study?
Because actually, okay lah. The paper, the main paper, by right I should publish 3 paper. So this is the one of the 3 paper that I have to publish. So dia adalah this one before, tapi somehow all this happen at the same time. Tapi pendek kata dah siap lah.
Oh, okay, almost done lah. The most contribution based on this study is what, Sammy?
For this topic lah, for this for this digital transformation challenges, I can conclude that early exposure towards this IT lah, IT which we can see that a lot of these entrepreneurs with disabilities, they don't have that much of access for digital punya platform during their upbringing tau. So maybe can say in a way of early access to this technology is the contribution lah.
Okay. Okay, so thank you so much. If there's no other questions at chat room, okay, thank you so much, Suhaimi. All right, so I think we have 8 presentations for this first session. Okay, so I think we have to stop here first, and then we will continue. Can we proceed?
Continue at 2:30 because currently we drag the time. So we continue at 2:30. Can you
2:30.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Cik
so
Muhammad
much.
Ibrahim. Okay, so we will continue at 2:30 p.m. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah. So welcome back. Yeah. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Yeah. So welcome to this parallel session 2 of 28th MACFEA-FBC IU International Conference 2024. So again, I am Dr. Zuroni Majuso from UPM, and I will be sharing this session. Okay, and there will be, we have only 5 presenters, and every presenter will have 10 minutes for their presentation, and followed by 5 minutes for Q&A session. Okay. Without further ado, so welcome Mr. Yingke Chong with the topic factors influencing battery electric vehicle purchase behavior among adult consumers in Malaysia. Okay, goes to you.
Okay.
Mr.
Good afternoon,
Chong.
Doctor and everyone. My name is Yingke Chong. The co-author for this title is Dr. Chen Kai-Wah. The title is Factor Influencing Battery Electric Vehicle Purchase Behavior Among Adult Consumer in Malaysia. So for introduction, because transportation sector contribute to 24% of global carbon dioxide emission, and it consumes 25% of international fossil fuel. So battery electric vehicle is being viewed as more environmental friendly compared to conventional vehicle. And the charging method also depends on the electric generation. So if let's say they are using solar power to generate the electric, then the methods using the battery electric vehicle will be more environmental friendly. And in Malaysia, already committed in 2021 to become carbon neutral by 2050 under this 12 Malaysia plan. And currently, the government also provide a tax exemption, which include road tax will expire in this end of 2025. Import duty and excise duty for imported model will be end of 2025 as well. And for import duty and excise duty for locally assembled battery electric vehicle will be expired by this 2027, by end of this 2027. And the market share as of 2022, there's only 3,000 over unit being registered, which consists of 0.43% of the total vehicle in the market. And 2023, it only have 11,624 units, which consists only 1.45% of the total vehicle registered in the year. So the next is on the conceptual framework. These are the framework for my study, whereby it consists of two theories. One is a theory of consumption value, and the other one is a technology acceptance model. So for this theory of consumption value, you have 5 independent variables, whereby it's a functional value, conditional value, social value, emotional value, and epistemic value. And for this technology acceptance models, you have 2 independent variables, whereby it's perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. So all these 7 independent variables, we predict that there will be a significant relationship with the dependent variable, whereby it's this battery electric vehicle purchase behavior. And out of all these 7 independent variables, we predict that there's one dominant factor among all these 7 independent variables, which is the number 8 hypothesis. The next slide is on the literature review. So for the theory of consumption value, this theory is formed by 5 consumption value, which influence consumer choice of behavior. The 5 value is functional value, conditional value, social value, emotional value, and epistemic value, whereby the technology acceptance model is formed by 2 major beliefs, whereby both are highly related, since the ease of using the system will result in increased job performance. The 2 variables, 2 major beliefs is perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. So the next one is on the methodology, the population and research location. So the population we selected is adult consumers of battery electric vehicles, and location is Malaysia. The sample size is 400 samples, and during the collection of the information from this data.gov.my 2024, the adult consumer of battery electric vehicles being registered is around 23,000. And the research instrument is using a self-administrated questionnaire with a 10 section. So the next will be on the 10 section. So it consists of A1 is on the respondent background, followed by a general question, and following is all the 7 independent variables and the 1 dependent variable. So we are using this multi-stage sampling method. The location we use is Malaysia, and using clustering sampling, because in Malaysia there's a commercial vehicle and passenger vehicle. So we only select the adult consumer of passenger vehicle, then followed by purposive sampling. Since Malaysia have various type of vehicles like internal combustion engine vehicles, hybrid EV, and this plug-in hybrid EV, but we only choose the battery EV for this study. Then followed by a simple random sampling by distributing the questionnaire via the internet using the Google form. So this is the result. For the respondent background, we find that 80% of the respondents are male, and 34.5% of respondents are between the age group of 41 to 50 years old. And majority of the respondents are from Chinese. This we predict that maybe most of the battery electric vehicles China, that's why the Chinese, knowing the Mandarin well, is more attracted to the battery electric vehicles. Then the education background for the respondent, 56% is coming from this bachelor degree. And for the monthly household income, we find that 62% of the respondents with a monthly household income of 15,870 and above. So next will be on the 5 general questions. So we want to know whether the respondent have how many units of vehicle at home. And surprisingly, that most of the respondent, 38% is having more than 3 units or more, and 37.75% is more than 2 units, having 2 units. And when we are wondering whether this battery electric vehicle is their primary vehicle for daily commute, 93.75% selected yes, this is the primary vehicle they're using. And 43.75% of the respondents saying that weekly they are using this vehicle is more than 290 km. And we also want to know whether the respondent have installed the solar panel to generate electric and charge up the vehicle. 64% of them do not have a solar panel at home, while 84% of the respondents say that they do have an in-house charging facility for their battery electric vehicles. The next is a Pearson correlation, whereby we can see that all the 7 independent variables having a significant relation with the DV, which is a battery electric vehicle purchase behavior. Then followed by multiple regression analysis, whereby the adjusted R-square is 0.788, and the most dominant factor is the emotional value, having the beta value of 0.429. So come to the conclusion. The research data can act as a guide for Malaysian government to understand the consumer purchase behavior on environmental friendly products. The current research finding will be able to provide valuable insight for Malaysian government to review their current policy for battery electric vehicles. These government bodies include Ministry of Transport Malaysia, Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry, Malaysian Investment Development Authority. The research data will be beneficial for car brand owner to formulate their marketing plans. So the current brands which only offer a battery electric vehicle in Malaysia are BYD, GAC Ion, Great Wall Aura, MG, Neta, Smart, Tesla, Xpeng, and Zeekr. Brand offer various types of vehicle in Malaysia, including battery electric vehicles such as BMW, Chery, Hyundai, Kia, Mercedes-Benz, Mini Cooper, Nissan, and Volvo.
We are trying to look into the intersection corporate governance and
that's all for my slides.
Innovation to economic growth. Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chinket.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody from the floor want to ask any question? Chinket.
Yes.
How about the Malaysian product? There's no vehicle or electric vehicle related to the battery here.
For Malaysia brand, Proton do have plan to introduce one model, but that one is bringing over from China also, because Proton currently owned by a China brand. Produa, they are planning for a local model, but so far the information we know is they are understudying and they plan to produce it by 2025.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
So is it in terms of the cost, is it very or higher than the conventional one in terms of this battery?
Currently Malaysia government got set a rules. The vehicle must be 100,000 and above. Then they only can bring in.
Okay.
If below 100,000, they cannot bring in at this moment. So that's why the respondent monthly household income also can see that it's on the higher side.
Okay. All right. So what you can from your findings here, what you can conclude here based on the factors influencing, I think all the factors here influence your study here.
Yes, all the factors are having a significant relation.
Evaluation. Or any other factors that you are not include here, maybe can contribute to this result.
Because I include all the variable inside the both theories, so all are being included.
Okay. All right. 78.8%. So okay lah. Okay, so thank you so much. There's no other question from the floor. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so next presenter, Mr. Zejilu.
Okay, me.
Oh, okay, you have 2 papers here?
All right.
Okay, so the topic here is on the psychological factors influencing Chinese middle class displays of wealth through consumption under intellectual trade. Okay, so you can start now.
Okay, that's my framework. The left is my IV, psychological factors, the 4 factors, needs for status, self-expression, self-objectation, social comparison. These 4 factors, in the past, there are so many Chinese scholars. They have researched this theory about such as status corresponding to conspicuous consumption, self-expression corresponding conspicuous consumption. So I just combine their conclusions. My moderating this intelligence rate in the past, there are also so many scholars. They have researched self-rate. The intelligence rate is one of self-rate. That is just only one included by self-rate. So that's my innovation. My research object is middle income group. In China, middle income group over about 14%. Okay, maybe you want to say, oh, there are so many middle income group in China. Chinese people is poor. So that is Chinese government. They define the middle income group. It's about a typical family of three. Their income is over 16,000 ringgit. Okay, so it's about 20,000 ringgit per one person. So that's a low level. Okay, that's my research objective, research question, and hypothesis. That's one by one. RO corresponding to RQ and corresponding to hypothesis. Okay. That's my theory. Self-enhancement theory corresponding to my IV, psychological needs. Okay, that's corresponding to my moderating and corresponding to my DV. So, okay, and I have the conclusion. The p-value is only 1 is not over. Okay, as rate only 1. Okay, not too much. Short. Finish.
Oh, okay, finish. So you run only PSA coordination?
Not too much. That's my PhD thesis. My PhD thesis. So that's I haven't finished it. I just finished my data analysis.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Any question from the floor? So is it that is your final result that you get?
Result is the psychological factors will influence consumers intention. consumers' intention.
Mm.
Okay, let me say, conspicuous consumption, conspicuous, such as luxury goods. That's my conclusion. This psychologic will influencing Chinese middle class conspicuous consumption. Okay, and the intelligence rate will enhance this influencing.
Why you are focusing on the middle class among Chinese?
Because the middle class scale is more and more year by year. It's about over 14% in China. That is a big scale. So, and they have the they want to copy. They want to copy the rich class their consumption, because so they want to buy some goods not fit their income, not fit their income. They want to copy rich class.
Okay, so for the low class, there's not much at your country, or not many in terms of the population, or what?
So yes, only for middle class in China.
Okay, so that's why you try to focus more on this middle class lah among the Chinese, yeah?
Yes, middle class.
Okay.
In China.
So best of luck lah of your finding, and maybe you can contribute more lah afterwards. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zeji Lu. Okay, next we can proceed to Mr. Han Tao Chai with the topic here, predictors of the intention to practice low carbon consumption behavior among households in Selangor, Malaysia. Okay.
Okay, please wait a minute.
Right.
Can you see my screen?
Okay, proceed.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Han Tao Cai, and it's my pleasure to present our research titled Predictors of the Intention to Practice Low Carbon Consumption Behavior Among Households in Selangor, Malaysia. This study was co-authored by Kai Wang Chen. According to the 12th Malaysia Plan, the adoption of low carbon consumption behaviors such as using electric vehicles, enhancing energy efficiency at home, opting for public transport.
Excuse me, Han Tao. Excuse
Yes?
me. The slide is at literature review now.
Pardon?
The slide is at literature review. Your slide here.
Oh.
You can start at the beginning.
What about now?
Okay. All right. Thank you.
According to the 12th Malaysia Plan, the adoption of low carbon consumption behaviors such as electric vehicles, enhancing energy efficiency at home, opting for public transport, reducing waste, recycling, and choosing renewable energy is increasingly crucial for addressing climate change. And these behaviors are also closely related to our daily lives. Meanwhile, personal travel and household energy usage were identified as the main contributors to the carbon footprint in 2021. By 2022, the per capita carbon footprint in Malaysia had risen to 8.6 metric tons of carbon dioxide, as reported by our Worlding data. All this highlights the urgency for strategies to address sustainability and climate-related changes. And our work has not collected data yet, but we have built an integrated framework to address this problem. Our research objectives included to explore current scenarios of intention to practice low carbon consumption behaviors among households in Malaysia, to evaluate the levels of attitude, which includes utilitarian, value expressive, ego defensive knowledge, perceived behavior control, subjective norms, including descriptive norm and injunctive norm, motivation, including extrinsic motivation and intrinsic motivation, and intention to practice low carbon consumption behavior among households in Malaysia. Thirdly, to investigate the relationships between households' attitude, including utilitarian, value-expressive, ego-defensive, knowledge, perceived behavior control, subjective norms, including descriptive norm and injunctive norm, with the intention to practice low carbon consumption behavior. Fourthly, to ascertain the mediating effect of motivation in the relationships between these independent variables and dependent variables. Let's come to the literature review part. Firstly, the theory of planned behavior is widely used in very diverse fields, including violence, food waste, education, healthcare, consumption behavior. This theory say that intention is determined by the three dimensions: attitude, perceived behavior control, and subjective norm. And what we did here is that we narrowed down all the three dimensions, all the dimensions into more narrowed dimensions. The third theory is functional theory of attitudes. This theory divides attitude into four types of functions, namely utilitarian, value expressive, ego defensive, and knowledge. The functional theory of attitude is widely applied in areas of consumer behaviors, mainly luxury goods. The third theory would be self-determination theory. This theory divides motivation into actually three types of motivations: intrinsic motivation, extrinsic motivations, and unmotivation. However, unmotivation represents a state in which an individual lacks the intention to act. It occurs when people see no connection between their actions and the outcomes. So in our research, unmotivation is neglected. The last theory would be focal theory of normative conduct. This theory divides subjective norm into descriptive norm and injunctive norms. And this series is also widely applied in areas including pro-environmental behaviors, green consumption, etc. And this would be my conceptual framework. As we can see that the backbone of this theory would be the theory of planned behavior. We could see attitude, perceived behavior control, subjective norm, and the intention to practice low consumption behavior here. But we further divided attitude into four dimensions, subjective norm into 2 dimensions, and motivation into 2 dimensions. And we are taking motivation as a mediating variable here. The methodology, the research instrumentation, we have got 11 sections here, and we are going to build our questionnaires due to the work of previous researchers. The main implication and conclusion of this research would be we provide a solid theoretical foundation for future empirical studies, and we provide valuable insights for policymakers, marketers, and researchers to promote effective low carbon consumption practice as well as achieve environmental goals. Thirdly, we provide a comprehensive literature references to scholars for future research. Last but not least, we develop an integrated model to examine the intention to practice low carbon consumption behaviors. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Han Tao Chai. So this is a preliminary studies, yeah?
Yes.
Yes, okay. How about the sampling for this study?
It will be quantitative sampling.
Quantitative sampling, in Selangor. So what type of sampling that you are in future you want to choose here?
Pardon?
You want to study among the household in Selangor, right?
Yes, among the 9
Okay.
districts.
Okay, so what types of the sampling you want to use here?
It would be random sampling.
Oh, random sampling, right? Okay, so based on this one, from the previous studies, what about the findings from the previous studies? And also what is your expected findings from this study?
What kind of findings are you referring to? Because
Yes, based on
we
your
have not
study.
we have not collected the data, so
So maybe from the previous studies?
you mean from the literature review part?
Yeah.
Okay.
Literature review.
We could see that actually, as you can see from this framework, we have divided these variables into very narrow and very specific dimensions. And actually, it is a meaningful thing for this division because for example, extrinsic motivation and utilitarian are actually very similar, but they are focusing on different aspects. For example, the extrinsic motivation refers to the outside incentives of this intention, while the utilitarian focusing on the benefits of this intention itself. For example, if you are practicing low carbon consumption behavior and the government will give you money, it will be extrinsic motivation. However, while you are practicing low carbon consumption behavior, the behavior itself will benefit your body. It's good for your health. This would be it would be useful for you for its own characteristics. It would be utilitarian. These two variables are very similar, but they are focusing on different aspects. So when we are dividing all these variables into different dimensions, we can see specifically how these dimensions works and how will they influence the intention to practice low carbon consumption behavior. And specifically, the focus theories, the functional theory of attitudes. This attitude, not the research of these theories on intention to practice low consumption behavior is very rare, especially ego defensive. This may due to the complexity of ego defenses. Not so many people are investigating this particular ego defensive variable. So I believe our research could contribute greatly to enlarge the current literature review for all these variables and theories. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so thank you so much, Mr. Han Tao Chai. Okay, next we move again to Mr. Zeji Lu. The topic here is consumer reactance to AI-generated advertisements based on the theory of psychological reactance. Different study,
Okay,
Mr.
then me
Zeji Lu.
again. Okay, there is another article. Is exploring Chinese consumers' willingness to accept AI advertising from a brand perspective. This framework uses CAC theory. C cognition is about perceived effect about the brand and cognition about consumer behavior. Cognition, perceived. There are so many other authors. They write the similar articles like this. Okay. the first and the second perceived corresponding the first mediating brand choose, and the third and the fourth perceived corresponding to brand choose and brand value. Why I give this relationship? Because perceived since rating, because if consumers feel the AI advertising is not science rated, the consumers will lose brand choice. They distrust the brand, and AI advertising will let the consumers feel they are in manipulation. They also will lose brand choice. And AI advertising is not mental, so consumers will feel AI advertising is not authenticity and not creativity. Because in China, AI advertising must be signed. This advertising is created by AI. So consumers will know, okay, this advertising is created by AI. They will feel this advertising is not authenticity and not creativity. Okay, they will feel this brand is not choose and not valuable. Okay, the conclusion is they don't want to buy these goods. They will lose purchase intention. Okay, that's my logic. So that's the reason. There's a data why I choose AI advertising, because in China AI economic is growing very quickly. So AI advertising is accepted by more and more consumers. But when there are so many brand businessmen, they don't believe AI advertising will make money for them. Okay. Okay, that is all. That's not useful. Literature review is not useful. Okay, that's my second article. I haven't published this. That is just an idea. I want to write this. Okay.
Okay. So that is the only idea that you want to focus on. But different topic, with this I've got from this MACFEA conference, different topic,
Yes, I
or
want
you
to
change
publish.
last minute or you change the last minute topic here. Because
I want.
now actually your topic here is on consumer reactance to AI generated advertisement. But your presentation here on exploring Chinese willingness to accept AI based on the brand perspective.
Chinese consumers don't trust AI generation. Don't trust because it's very cheap. See, maybe Chinese consumers will think, oh, this brand is so cheap. It's created by AI. So they don't need cost so much money. So this brand is not can't be believed by consumers.
Okay. What types of the brand that basically among the Chinese in China that you want to focus here?
About I haven't seen this question. I haven't defined.
Or you want to use device This one, eh? But not the brand here. But not refer to the brand.
Now in China, AI generation advertising about food, this is the most about the food. In the restaurant, in the mall, there are so many restaurants. They use AI generation picture and video because that's cheap, and different restaurant use different advertising. If that is a bigger brand, bigger company, they won't use AI generation because that is a low activity.
Okay. All right. Okay. So thank you so much. Hoping that maybe you can further your study on this topic lah, in future.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Okay. So next, or the last presenter here, Dr. Nur Diana. Is it we have here? The topic here on the intersection of corporate governance and sustainable social innovation to economic growth. Oh, Nur Hazira,
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon. Okay, I will represent my co-author, Dr. Nur Diana. Okay, so I will present for this conference, for this paper. Okay, allow me to share the slide. Hold on. Okay, can you see the screen that I shared?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Okay. Hello, everyone. Okay, I will be the presenter for this conference. I represent of my team lah, Dr. Nur Diana and Dr. Nur Ilyana. Okay, my name is Nur Hazira Hamdan. Okay, for your information, this paper actually is a conceptual paper. It's just an initial idea that we try to do for research lah. Yeah. Okay, moving on. This is the outlines. Okay, we have introduction, research problem, research objective, conceptual framework, expected findings, and also conclusions. Okay, for the introductions. Okay, this is the overview of the corporate governance and social innovations.
Sorry, Hazira, the slide tak gerak lah.
Oh, tak gerak.
Okay.
Is it now is slide
introduction.
Introduction. Then I kind of moving tak? Is it moving?
Tak.
Okay. So I have to. Ni pun tak gerak
Tu dah tak nampak lah.
Tak nampak.
Nampak muka you je.
Okay, I share it back. Okay, maybe I just need to scroll macam ni je. Is it? Dia moving tak?
Okay. Okay.
Okay lah macam ni sebab dia tak boleh control. Sorry.
Okay,
I am moving to the first introduction slide. Okay, this is the overview of the main ideas of this paper with regards to the corporate governance, social innovation, and also the economic growth. Okay, corporate governance we can define as to ensure accountability, transparency, and ethical leadership in organization, fostering sustainable economic growth. That will be the ideas of the corporate governance. And then in terms of social innovation, is something related to the societal and environmental considerations into business practices, helping businesses align financial performance with social impact. Okay, these two main idea that we want to look into, the intersections toward economic growth. Yeah. So the economic growth here, hold on, 5 minutes. Sorry for interruption just now. Okay, I continue back. For the corporate governance and social innovations are two variables that we are trying to look into their intersection towards economic growth lah. So the in the economic growth, we are look into the how far the growth in terms of GDP and how it can be contribute to social development goals lah, SDG. Okay, moving on to the research problems. Okay, in this conceptual framework, we highlighted and we found that several issues lah. Okay, the main issues that we try to find out to solve it in terms of how to balance profitability with social responsibility and environmental sustainability. And then we found that several challenges or issues that are being highlighted by previous researchers, such as conflicts, stakeholder interests, measuring social impact, and also corporate cultural resistance. Okay, in terms of conflict, stakeholder interests, we found that there are some balancing profit goals with societal needs. Okay, and then in terms of social impact, we found that they have some difficulty in quantifying the effect of social innovation on economic growth. Okay, and then it comes to corporate cultural resistance. They have some resistance. They have some issues to change within businesses, particularly when it comes to the innovation interrupts traditional models. These are several issues that we are concerned in this paper, that we are trying to link, we are trying to intersect to the economic growth. Okay, where this actually will influence the long-term economic sustainability. Okay, that can influence in terms of creating inefficiency in corporate practices and governance, preventing businesses from fully leveraging innovation for growth. That's how we want to so-called linkage to the economic growth. Okay, from that problem statement, we try to come up with this objective and question, which are to analyze the role of corporate governance in fostering economic growth, and also to analyze the role of sustainable social innovation in fostering economic growth. Okay, and with the questions, does role of corporate governance could be foster the economic growth, as well as the roles of sustainable social innovation could be foster economic growth. Okay, from the research objective and question, we actually being guided from the basis of fundamentals of the theory of triple bottom line, which actually is focused on the profit, planet, people, that can promoting long-term value that benefits society, environment, and the economy. And the effective governance will ensure social innovation will align with the ethical standard, organization goals, thus it will contribute to the economic growth. Therefore, from this fundamental of the theory, we try to conceptualize it through this framework by hypothesize these two variables, corporate governance, so sustainable social innovations toward economic growth. Yeah. From this paper, what we expect to what we expect of the findings in terms of these variables, corporate governance role in economic growth, we expect the firms will, with robust governance framework, are better positions to attract investment, improve financial performance, and then it will contribute to overall economic growth. And then governance will also ensure transparency, strategic alignment with long-term societal needs, which enables firms to innovate effectively. Okay, In terms of sustainable social innovation contributions, so we expect that the findings will able the social innovation, drive economic resilience through the developments of green technologies, improve productivity, and the promotion of social equality. And from the case study shows that businesses practicing social innovation often outperform competitors in both financial and social metrics, contributing to sustainable economic growth. Okay, and then in terms of Malaysia economic growth, since this study we plan to conduct in Malaysia, so it will shift the Malaysians from agriculture to industry sectors, and in terms of GDP, gross domestic product, will be growth drivers such government's initiative, and then they also will contribute to the SDG. Okay, lastly, as conclusions, aligning corporate governance with social innovation is crucial, is essential for sustainability, and adapted governance model promote innovations that will balance, will ensure that profit with purpose, enhancing trust and transparency. Okay, that's all from me. Because this is just initial ideas, it's a conceptual, so I open for any suggestion, ideas for us to expand for this paper lah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nahazira Hamdan. You as a student or staff?
Staff.
Staff, okay. All right. So any question from the floor? This is the last presenter. Perception. Okay, your study here. You want to study as a primary data or secondary data here, Azira?
Is as what we plan, we're going to collect the data by having a primary data, primary study.
Primary data. Okay. So which means here you might have the statement for all the items for each of your IV here, right?
Yes, correct. So we still in apa?
Corporate governance and system.
To find a suitable items and be part of the survey nanti.
Okay, what is the theory that you want to use here?
So basically the basis theory is under the triple bottom lines lah. That will be the theory that guide us to develop the framework as a basis. Actually, it's just initial. We actually try to explore another variables that could be included in. Just for the purpose of this conference, we managed to find these two variables first.
Okay. Okay, I basically just want to correct your sikit lah tentang you punya slide tu. So basically RQ become first and then followed by RO lah. Research question first and then followed by RO, research objective. Yeah. And then you might have after that the hypothesis. So I saw you have two hypotheses there. Right? Okay. Okay, so based on the previous findings, how about the result of the findings?
Okay, since we not explore very details, but what I have been read, I found that based on these two variables, corporate governance and also sustainable social innovation, they're actually having a positive relationship towards economic growth. That is mostly being found by the previous research. However, there are still also some researchers that contradict findings. They found some negative. This also actually one of the study too. They look at the different country other countries, not in Malaysia. So I would say that probably there's some other factors could be influence the results lah.
So that study actually focus on sustainable or social innovation only? Sustainable social innovation or social innovation?
Social innovations. So mostly social.
Not sustainable, right?
Yes.
So
Social.
maybe your study is, I think, can give an impact or contribution lah, because you are using sustainability concept.
Correct. Yes.
So one of the contribution, I think, yeah. Okay, relate with the SDG lah, yeah, right now. Okay.
SDG.
Okay, so thank you so much. Yeah. Hopefully we will be success lah, with this study or your study lah. Yeah. Azira.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think that's all for this conference. We have 5 for this second parallel session. All right, so thank you so much. Any question from our audience here? We have only 8 for this second parallel session. If not, I think I'm glad to hear from you all, and thank you so much for your presentation. And again, because of your participations here, okay, and maybe we will see for the next conference lah. Actually, MACFEA, we have every year conference. We offer every year conference. So hopefully we can meet again in future, right? Okay, so thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.